Okay, so we come to chapter 14 today, to Sakti-tattva, and I've put on our WhatsApp thread a very helpful map of all the different Shaktis, etc. Chit Shakti, Maya Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and it's very helpful reading this chapter to have that map close by. So understand what we've read so far. Amnaya Praha, this is the evidence in the Dasmula Shlok, the first shloka. Amnaya Praha Tattvam. What is the um, principal evidence that these 9 Prameyas are going to be based on? And in that chapter we've just read, Bhaktivinoda Thakur brings out all the different Upanishads, etc., establishing the principle of the evidence. He even gives the whole disciplic succession is there to confirm the authenticity of this evidence. And then in this 13th chapter, he goes on to describe the Brahman or Paramatma realization. This is described. First of all, Brahman realization, and then Paramatma realization. And finally, in the conclusion of this 13th chapter, he brings us the radiant, smiling face of the Lord in the most personal way of elucidating on all his 64 qualities. Every single quality of Krishna we read yesterday. This brings the personal aspect very potently to the forefront of the consciousness. When you hear repeatedly these qualities of Krishna, you can't put these qualities anywhere else. They only be directed, they're personal qualities. So this is the conclusion of this 13th chapter. We've gone through the Brahman, then we have first we had the Amnaya, then we had the Brahman, then we had the Paramatma, and finally we had the absolute personality of the Lord himself with all of his qualities. So when you leave this chapter, you're fully fixed in the personal conception. So now we're coming to this chapter about Sakti-tattva, because Krishna himself, this Sakti-tattva is manifesting ultimately from him with its own um, uh, potency. Krishna himself doesn't actually do anything. My Gurudev said many, many times, Krishna is like Nirvishesh Brahm, without Shakti. It is Swarup Shakti that manifests everything in the worlds. It's like we have the sun planet, but the sun is sitting in its own heat and its own radiance. And Krishna, he is also sitting surrounded by his own Shakti. And his own Shakti is manifesting all of the worlds and everything in creation. But Krishna himself is doing nothing. So this is what's going to be unfolded here. Shakti is there throughout. So Prameya, Sakti-tattva. So yes, Amnaya Praha Tattvam Iha Paramam. What is it? Paramam. Then Sarva Shaktim. This is what we're going to discuss now. The Sarva Shaktim, and then Rasabdim. The rasa is going to be discussed in this 14th chapter also. There's going to be 2 prameyas in this chapter. The Sakti-tattva and the Rasa-tattva will be touched on at the end. It'll be very clear, the distinction. So, chapter 14, Prameya Sakti-tattva. The Venerable Babaji's teachings from the previous night made a deep impression on Brajanath, and as he contemplated all those instructions, he felt satisfied. We can appreciate that. All of a sudden, Brajanath, he's come into the association of such an elevated Vaishnava, and he's completely purified all the different misconceptions he had concerning the personality of the Lord. Brajanath himself said that he was a Shiv Bhakta previously. This is who he was worshipping from birth. But now he's understanding the supremacy of the Supreme Lord with conclusive evidence. So this Prameya has been established in the heart of Brajanath by this stage. Sometimes he thought, oh, how extraordinary. An unparalleled are Sri Gauranga's teachings. Yes, these are all Sri Gauranga's teachings that are being opened out here. This is the nature of, this is why this Jaiva Dharma is such a treasure today, because it's carrying the conceptions directly of Mahaprabhu. Srimad Bhagavatam is there carrying the same conceptions, but it's written 5,000 years ago by Vyasadeva. But these conceptions are like completely up to date with the direct infusion of Rupa Goswami's teachings. And who is going to, Rupa Goswami's teachings is the personality who's going to open up Mahaprabhu. Without Rupa Goswami, we can't even begin to understand who is Mahaprabhu, not at all. So these are all contained, these teachings of Rupa Goswami and all our guru. When I say Rupa Goswami, that means Sanatana Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Krishnadas Kaviraj, Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, etc. All. They're all following. Everyone in our line is following Rupa Goswami. Extraordinary and unparalleled are Sri Gauranga's teachings. Just hearing them, I feel as if thrust within the waves of an ocean of nectar. And the more I hear, the more thirsty and eager I become to hear. It appears this is the symptom of transcendental knowledge. This is what I was saying about this Jaiva Dharma itself. The more we read it, the more we hear it, the more enthusiastic we become to read it again and again and again. Because it's not easy to actually catch it first time or second time or third time or even fourth time. But that enthusiasm is almost like a mystical ability of a powerful grunter like this. It gives the heart of the reader great enthusiasm to move forward into these wonderful truths, all of Mahaprabhu. The more I hear, the more thirsty and eager I become to hear. It appears that the condensed nectar of all tattvas streams from Babaji Maharaj's lotus mouth, and my heart never becomes satiated by hearing. All his teachings on Siddhanta are perfectly balanced, without a trace of inconsistency. If you go back through that 13th chapter, you'll see the absolute truth of that. It's seamless, they say. There's no break in the consistency of the truths that he's presenting. Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. And the way it's presented is so clear to a sensitive reader. It is as if the Shastras are all running after those conclusions to verify every letter of them. I can't understand why the Brahmin society criticizes these teachings. I think that their bias towards Mayavad must have made them adopt a false philosophy. Yes, Mayavad means they want to exploit the material world. They're not able to accept Krishna, his supremacy, sufficiently. When you can't accept the Achintya Shakti of the Supreme Lord, you can't actually begin to approach that transcendental state of consciousness, because everything will be locked down by fear, by tradition, all of these inflictions we throw on them from our minds, etc. But once you accept fully, when that shraddha is completely deep and mature, then that appreciation will carry us forward. So that first premise of shraddha must be that it's the first of the 8 or 7 stages of bhakti. Then shraddha, then bhajana kriya, ananta nivritti, nishta, ruchi, asakti, bhav, prem. All of these stages are beginning. But don't forget that shraddha will go through all of them. Shraddha is never complete. It's like daily our shraddha is going to be evolving, to becoming deeper and deeper and deeper. It's not something, oh yes, I have faith, close the book, that's the end of it. It's like every single day that's maturing. It's getting deeper and deeper and deeper. The more we read, the more we hear, the more mercy we get. Yes. Brajanath was thinking in this way as he reached Raghunath Das Babaji's kutia. First, he offered obeisances to the kutia, and then seeing Babaji Mahashai, he offered obeisances to him. Babaji Mahashai lovingly embraced him and made him sit beside him. I think that's very pertinent also. He's not like Babaji sitting on a big high seat and everyone's sitting down below. There's no mood of Aishwarya here. There's mood of, I am your best well-wisher. I want to share with you the truths that lie in your own heart of spiritual reality. It's with such a loving mood. This is the mood that a sensitive sadhak can hear the truth and the philosophy in this mood, not in a dictatorial way. Or, there's a mood here that I appreciate very much. Lovingly embraced him and made him sit beside him. Sitting down with great enthusiasm, Brajanath asked, Prabhu, you told me yesterday that you would explain the third shloka of Das Mula. I earnestly desire to hear it. Kindly be merciful and explain it to me. Babaji became very happy to hear this, and with his hairs standing on end, in rapture, began to speak. Parakyaha shakte apritag api sa sva mahimani stito jivakyam swam achit abitam tam tri padikam swa tantrecha shaktim sakala vishaya parena paro vikaradya sunya param purusho yam vijayate. Das Mula 3. Although Sri Bhagavan is non-different from his inconceivable transcendental potency, Parashakti, he's the same as his Shakti. He has his own independent nature and desires. You can think of an example of a fire and the heat from the fire. The heat of the fire is simultaneously one with the fire, right? But the heat is completely dependent on the fire. But the fire is not dependent on the heat at all for its existence. But nevertheless, the two are essentially one. So, in the same way, the fire has its own independence from the heat. The heat doesn't have independence. The Shakti doesn't have independence. But the fire ultimately has independence. Even though you can't separate them, they're together. So try to understand like this. His Parashakti consists of three aspects: Chit Shakti, spiritual potency; Jiva Shakti, marginal potency; and Maya Shakti, external potency. So these are all separate Shaktis: Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti. It's all Sakti-tattva, but there's divisions within the Sakti-tattva to make it simple for us to comprehend something. And he always inspires them to engage in their respective functions. Yes, he's the inspiration of the Shakti. That's Krishna's contribution, you can say. Krishna has the desire and Shakti fulfills that desire. Shakti Matayor. This is what we're going to be discussing. If we get the sort of premise right at the beginning, then the rest of it will become reasonably simple. He always inspires them to engage in their respective functions. That Paratattva, supreme absolute truth, even while performing all these activities, still remains immutable and eternally situated in the fully transcendental Swarup of his own glory. Now that's amazing. It's like the fire still remains in his own Swarup, even though he's surrounded by the heat, the energy from the fire. He still intrinsically has his own nature. It's saying here, he has his own Swarup. So this is the seed verse, this is the Mul verse, the Das Mul. Rajanath, the Brahmanas declare that the Brahm form of Paratattva has no Shakti, and they say that his Shakti is only manifest in his Ishvara form. I would like to hear the conclusion of the Vedas about this. Babaji, the Shakti of Paratattva manifests in all his forms. The Vedas say, Na tasyak karyam karanam cha vidyate, na tat samash chabhyatkas cha drishyate, parasya shaktir vividaiva suryate, Svabhaviki Gyan Bala Kriya Cha. Svetashvara Upanishad 6, 7, and 8. None of the activities of that Parabrahm, Paramatma, is mundane, because none of his senses, such as his hands and legs, is material. This is the point. Thus, through the medium of his transcendental body, he performs his pastimes without any material senses, and he is present everywhere at the same time. Therefore, no one is even equal to him, what to speak of being greater than him. The one divine potency of Parameshwara has been described in Shruti in many ways, among which the description of his Gyan Shakti knowledge, his Bal Shakti power, and his Kriya Shakti potency of activity are most prominent. These are also called Chit Shakti or Sangvit Shakti, Sat Shakti or Sandini Shakti, and Ananda Shakti or Hladini Shakti, respectively. So it really does make it very simple if you have that map that we've made with all the different names on it to see it, how it all falls into place. Regarding a description of the Chit Shakti, so now he's going to explain these three prominent Shaktis, Chit, Jiva, and Maya. Regarding the description of the Chit Shakti, it is said, Te dhyana yoganugata apashyan devatma shaktim swa gunai nigudam ya karanani nikilani tanani kalatma yuktani adishtyati eka. The Tattva Gyan rishis establish themselves in Samadhi Yoga and being infused with the qualities of Parabrahm. Through those qualities they have directly perceived his most confidential internal transcendental potencies. Thus they have realized Bhagavan, who is the basis and governor of all causes, and the jiva of Prakriti, of the jiva, I'll read that again. Thus they have realized Bhagavan, who is the basis and governor of all causes, of the jiva, of prakriti, material nature, of kala, time, and of karma. So the rishis, they have fully realized in their samadhi the full purport of Krishna's paratattva directly through the knowledge aspect, through gyan. This doesn't say that with prem. This is actually through Gyan that they have realized. The Chit Shakti is represented as Gyan. It will lead to Prem if it's followed, but here it's described in a separate form. This is the Tattva Rishis says specifically. It doesn't say the Brijbasis or anything like that. It's saying the Tattva Rishis, Tattva Gyan Rishis. So I'm going to keep reading because so much of this is going to be explained in the future paragraphs, and it's better just to hear Bhaktivinoda Thakur directly give the clarity of his explanations. But we get the fundamental conception here. Regarding Jiva Shakti, Ajam Ekam Lohita Sukla Krishnam Bhavi Praja Shrimanam Swarupaha Ajo Hi Eko Jusamano Nushate Jahatye Anam Bhukta Bhogam Ajo Nya. Shvetashvara Upanishad 4.5. There are two types of unborn Aja Jivas. Jivas of the first type are Agyani, ignorant, and worship Bhagavan's Prakriti. They worship the material energy. That Prakriti, whose modes are red, white, and black, is also unborn like Bhagavan. However, the second type of Aja are Gyanis. They have overcome ignorance and therefore completely renounced that Prakriti which the others strive to enjoy. So there's Gyanis and there's the Agyanis. This is what's being described, these two types of people.
Have you had any more realization on the red, white, and black?
The red, I understand, is like the passion, Raja. The white is like Sattva, and the black is like Tama. That's my appreciation today. I want to read this again so we can go deeper into it. There are two types of unborn Ajja Jivas. Jivas of the first type are Agyani, ignorant, and worship Bhagavan's Prakriti, that's Bhagavan's material nature. That Prakriti, whose modes, yes, the three modes of material nature, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, is also unborn like Bhagavan. Yes, they're not manifest, born. However, the second type of Ajja are Gyanis. They have overcome ignorance and therefore completely renounce that Prakriti which the others strive to enjoy. Now, regarding Maya Shakti, Chandamsi Yagna Kratavo Vartani Bhutam Bhuvyam Yakcha Veda Vedanti Asmam Mayi Srijate Vishvam Etat Tasmims Kanyo Mayaya Sanirudaha. Shvetashvara Upanishad 4.9. Paramatma, who is the master of Maya Prakriti, the deluding material nature, has created all the teachings of the Vedas, special yagyas such as Jyotishmo that are performed with ghee, various types of vrata, fasts, sacrifices, penance, and everything else in existence in the past, present, and the future. That is, the entire world whose description is found in the Vedas. The Ishvara of Maya has created all of this, and the Ajja Jivas are bound by his Maya. So we're discussing the distinction. You have Ishvara, and you have the Jiva, and you have Maya. We're discussing these three Shaktis. Krishna is represented by the Chit Shakti, and then you have the Jiva Shakti, which is the marginal Tatastha Shakti, and then you have the external energy. This is all going to be clearly explained. The Vedic mantra Parasya Shakti, Svetashvara Upanishad 678, quoted on page 308, explains that there is transcendental Shakti in even the highest stage of Paratattva. So the question that Brajanath raised was that many were saying that the Brahmanas were not accepting Shakti within the Brahman. They were thinking that there was no Shakti in the Brahman. But this is the question that he's addressing here. Explains that there is transcendental Shakti in even the highest stage of the Paratattva. The personal appearance of that Paratattva is called Bhagavan, and the Nirvishesh manifestation is called Brahm. This is the Brahmajyoti. Nowhere in the Vedas is the Paratattva described as being without Shakti. This was the question you asked me the other day, Shobharani. So Shakti is manifesting everywhere. It's like Sandini means existence. So this also manifests everywhere. Anything that has existence is manifesting from the Sandini Shakti. So any type of energy whatsoever, even the Nirvishesh Brahm that has potency, is manifesting from Swarup Shakti ultimately. It's all coming from there. Even though within it, there's absolutely limited Shakti acting, but still it's manifesting from that Shakti. What is called Brahm is a manifestation of Paratattva, and this Nirvishesh Brahm is also manifested by Parashakti. Therefore, there is transcendental potency in Nirgun Nirvishesh Brahm as well. So even in this impersonal Brahm, there is Shakti. It's the Shakti of impersonalism. That's what it is. Just like I gave the example of existence. Sandini is existing in so many different forms. But Sandini Shakti, by the way, doesn't exist in the Brahmajyoti. There is no existence potency there. The existence potency begins with Paramatma. In the next stage, beyond the Brahmajyoti, we have Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. So there's no existence in the Brahman. It's void of that. But it still has Shakti, which is what we're reading here. Therefore, there is transcendental potency in Nirgun Nirvishesh Brahm as well. In some places in the Vedas and the Upanishads, this Parashakti is called Swarup Shakti. In others, Chit Shakti, and elsewhere it has been called Antaranga Shakti. We become very familiar with these names. Swarup Shakti, Antaranga Shakti, Chit Shakti, they're all the same. They're all the supreme internal potency of the Lord. If we usually Swarup Shakti is what's mentioned, and we appreciate this Swarup Shakti. And this Swarup Shakti ultimately is Shri Radhika. She is the essence of that Shakti, and Krishna is the Shaktiman, the inspiration for that Shakti. In some places in the Vedas and the Upanishads, this Parashakti has been called Swarup Shakti. In others, Chit Shakti, and elsewhere it has been called Antaranga Shakti. Actually, there is no such Vastu as Brahm without Shakti. So we remember what a Vastu is. A Vastu is that complete entity in its own existence, like Krishna, like the Jiva, and like Maya. These three Vastus were discussed in the first chapter. There's only three Vastus, Krishna, Maya, and the Jiva. They're all in separate entities, separately contained completely. It's like an element. We talk about an element, there's nothing more than that. Elemental. It's like at the very core. So these three Vastus are the very core of all existence. And this Sambandha Gyan that we've just walked through in the first 12 chapters is about the relationship between these three. That's what that was all about. And now we're unpacking closely the nature of these energies, these Shaktis. And it's not supposed to be something that we can grasp and have in our pockets and understand and get a university degree on it something. It's something that you will have appreciation of as you move forward in your devotional service. I can remember personally for so many years, more than 30 years, trying to appreciate what is the nature of this Chit Shakti, what is the nature of this Sandini, what is the nature of all of these Shaktis. It takes time, so be patient and don't try to understand it. Try to appreciate this description, which is completely to the conditioned soul, achintya. It's completely beyond our intellect. So if you're struggling to try and reduce it to mundane understanding, you're going to shrink it, so to speak. It's not to be shrunk. It's an open, very liberated state to appreciate. And when we're chanting, etc., when we're meditating deeply, at different times, these thoughts will surface again in our consciousnesses, and Krishna will illumine at different times for us, and gradually, slowly, we'll get a picture. If we read this chapter, for example, 50 times, that's what's required if you want to become closer and closer. It's a life experience entering into these things. So don't become frustrated if it's difficult to appreciate, difficult to understand. Don't try to understand it. Try to appreciate it. Try to realize it from the end of the last chapter, expressing the glories of Krishna's personal form. Now, these are his Shaktis that he's describing. This is the build-up, the make-up, where everything is emanating from, where all the divinity is coming from, the Chit Shakti, where the Jivas are coming from, this Tatastha Shakti, and where Maya is coming from. Actually, there is no such Vastu as Brahm without Shakti. It is simply an imagination of the Mayavadis. In reality, the Nirvishesh Brahm is beyond the limited conception of Mayavad. The Savishesh Brahm has been described as follows in the Vedas. Ya eko varano bahuda shakti yogad. Varanan anekan nihita tato arto dadati. Shvetashvara Upanishad 4.1. Although he has one color, he assumes several colors, bhavs, by dint of his personal shakti. Many colors, that is, various types of potency, exist within him. Indeed, the whole world has its being in him, for he is its creator. Ya eko jalavan ishyata ishani bi, sarval lokan ishata ishani bi. Shvetashvara Upanishad 3.1. He who is the Ishvara of the whole world is one without a second, and he is the Lord of Maya, which is like a net in which the jivas are ensnared. He regulates the entire world by his Aisha Shakti. His Aisha Shakti is described as his Tatashta Shakti, his marginal energy. Okay, we'll stop there. And we'll continue tomorrow. But actually, believe me, when we go through a couple of pages more, all of a sudden it becomes so much clearer. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is throwing us all the entire process of the entire description in the beginning. And all this is going to be unpacked. So have hope that you will appreciate it more easily in the next pages. It becomes more and more simple as we go on. Genuinely. But it's good to challenge our, faculties to stretch the consciousness because this is a vast topic, and we're trying to understand or trying to appreciate it from a very conditioned state. So tomorrow we'll carry on. Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Sakti-tattva ki jai, Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gold Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Okay, so now we'll come back to Sakti-tattva. And yesterday we absorbed the beginnings of the introduction, basically, the vocabulary. What is Chit Shakti? What is Jiva Shakti? And what is Maya Shakti? And we began to gradually appreciate the relationship between these three Shaktis. One of the questions we're going to have today, Rajanath is saying that these three Shaktis, they seem to be easily explained separately. But when you put them together, they become inconceivable. Once they are actually connecting with each other, that's where the inconceivability comes. But we'll come to this. So we'll start on page 310, and we'll just read this translation of the verse again, and then we'll come down. We've actually read this yesterday, but I want to read it again just to refresh. Actually, it's the truth that every time we read this, newer and newer appreciations will come. So, Paramatma, who is the master of Maya Prakriti, that deluding material nature, has created all the teachings of the Vedas. Paramatma in the sense of the Supreme Lord. Special yagyas, such as Jyotishma, that are performed with ghee, various types of brata, fasts, sacrifices, penances, and everything else in existence in the past, present, and future. That is, the entire world whose description is found in the Vedas. The Ishvara of Maya, has created all of this, and the Aja Jivas are bound by his Maya. Beautiful verse. So just try to be attentive here, carefully, and gradually. I know that, as I said yesterday, as we become more into this chapter, so much more of it is going to be revealed by itself. So don't worry for the if we're not fully comprehending entirely. It will be illuminating. We should just attentively, faithfully hear. That's what we've just heard. Faithfully hear. So the Vedic mantra, Parasya Shakti, Svetashvarta Upanishad 678. So this was spoken on bottom of page 308. This verse here, Parasya Shakti, Vividaiva Suryate. This was spoken down here. And this is describing the three types of Shakti. This Gyan Shakti, Bal Shakti, and Kriya Shakti. This is the verse that it's referencing here. The Vedic mantra, Parasya Shakti, Svetashvarta Upanishad 678, quoted on page 308, explains that there is transcendental Shakti in even the highest stage of Paratattva. The personal appearance of that Paratattva is called Bhagavan, and the Nirvishesh manifestation is called Brahm. Nowhere in the Vedas is the Paratattva described as being without Shakti. What is called Brahm is a manifestation of Paratattva, and this Nirvishesh Brahm is also manifested by Parashakti. If we can appreciate the example of the sun planet, and the sun planet is bathed in the heat of its own potency. So the heat is like the Shakti, and the heat is surrounding the sun planet, practically as a separate entity if you break it down analytically. And we're breaking it down here because the heat is like the Shakti, and the heat is everywhere. There's nowhere where the heat is not. Similarly, there's nowhere where Shakti is not, manifesting in some form. And what we're hearing about is all the different functions, the different aspects of this Shakti that are manifesting in the various worlds, in the spiritual world as well as the material worlds. But the sun planet is completely engulfed in the heat of its own energy. That energy is coming from the sun planet. So the energy is Shakti. The energetic, the one that's producing the energy, is Shaktiman. So try to have some vision of that like that. Therefore, there is transcendental potency in Nirgun Nirvishesh Brahm as well. So Nirvishesh Brahm is also an aspect of the complete. The Brahmajyoti is there, the Brahman is there. It also contains energy that must be coming from, it comes from that same source. It comes from Krishna, from the sun, and it's manifesting as the Swarup Shakti. Understand? It's quite simple. Therefore, well, it's not simple, but we can appreciate it to some degree. Therefore, there is transcendental potency in Nirgun Nirvishesh Brahm as well. In some places in the Vedas and the Upanishads, this Parashakti is called Swarup Shakti. In others, Chit Shakti, and elsewhere it is being called Antaranga Shakti. So 3 names for the same Shakti. Actually, there is no such Vastu as Brahm without Shakti. Shakti must be there to produce. Krishna himself doesn't do anything. This is what's going to be discussed. He doesn't work, so to speak. All of the work in creation is manifesting from Swarup Shakti. For example, we understand that the Sandini Shakti is manifesting ultimately from Swarup Shakti. And it's bewildering because we read in Brahma Samhita that Baladev is the first manifestation from Krishna. And he is the first manifestation from Krishna through the Swarup Shakti. Coming through that Swarup Shakti. It's actually Swarup Shakti that is producing all of the avatars, all the Vibhinamsas, etc. It's all coming through the energy because Krishna doesn't do anything in a sense. And we're going to find Krishna just desires, and then all of this happens. This is the beautiful, sublime position of Krishna and his Shakti. Therefore, there is transcendental potency in Nirgun Nirvishesh Brahm as well. In some places in the Vedas and the Upanishads, this Parashakti, we read that. Actually, there is no such Vastu as Brahm without Shakti. It is simply an imagination of the Mayavadis, because this was Brajanath's question. Brajnath was asking this question that the Mayavadis say, that Brahm has no Shakti, but nothing can be produced without Shakti. So Brahm is also produced, so that must have Shakti. Simple. In reality, the Nirvishesh Brahm is beyond the limited conception of Mayavad. Yeah, Mayavad are only concerned with what they perceive with their limited material senses. We've already discussed that in the 13th chapter. The Savishesh Brahm has been described as follows in the Vedas. Sa Vishesh means with form. Vishesh means form. So Nir Vishesh means without form. Sa Vishesh means with form. Vesh can also mean dress. Dress and form is the same. So Nir Vishesh, no form. So Sa Vishesh with form. Okay, Gokul, here today.
य एको वर्णो बहुधा शक्ति योगदा वर्णान अनेकान निहितार्तो ददाति. श्वेताश्वतर उपनिषद 4.1.
Although he has one color, he assumes several colors, bhavs, by dint of his personal Shakti. It's the Shakti that brings all these bhavs out of Krishna. He inspires those bhavs in the heart of Sri Radhika in the actual pastimes. And my Gurudev has described it like someone who owns a music shop with thousands and thousands of instruments in them, but he can't play any of them. He has them all there in potential, but he has a friend who can play all of them expertly. The friend is Sri Radhika. She can play all of the musical instruments. So she brings these bhavs out in Krishna is reciprocating with Sri Radhika's love and affection. Radhika is the one who holds that love initially. She's the initiator of that pranaya. Pranaya means loving engagement, loving relationship. That pranaya vikar, the transformations of love, which Krishna is immersed in. We'll hear. That is various types of potency exist within him. Indeed, the whole world has its being in him, for he is the creator. He's the creator in the full sense because it's originating from him. But his Shakti is the one that does the work of creation. That's why it's sometimes bewildering. We think, oh, Krishna is doing everything, but actually Krishna is not doing everything. His Shakti is doing everything. It's very, very simple when you just get that connection. Okay.
य एको जलवान इष्ट ईशानिभिः सर्वान् लोकान् इषतः ईशानिभिः. श्वेताश्वतर उपनिषद 3.1.
Is this Shvetashvara Upanishad translated into English? I wonder. I don't know. If somebody wants to,
Yes, he who is the Ishvara of the whole world.
huh? No,
Yes.
but is the whole Upanishad into English? I wonder. Can I go and buy an English copy of Shvetashvara Upanishad? Is what I'm
English?
asking.
I don't know.
That's my question. Somebody may be able to answer me from. I haven't seen it myself. I've just read all these different quotes from it, but not the actual Upanishad book itself. He who is the Ishvara of the whole world is one without a second. He is the Lord of Maya, which is like a net in which the jivas are ensnared. He regulates the entire world by his Aisha Shakti. His Aisha Shakti is his marginal Shakti, his Tatashta Shakti. This Jaiva Dharma, just to refresh us, it has a glossary. If while we're reading next, you can look into the glossary and you'll see Aisha Shakti is there, and this is how it's described as being the Tatashta Shakti in principle.
It's like I see Kripa Karoshi Shakti.
Huh?
It's I see not like I see Shakti or I see Shakti. Like in song I see Kripa Karoshi.
I she.
It's not I see Kripa.
No. Aishi Shakti. Now see how the Shakti of Paratattva is never absent from him. Paratattva is always self-illuminated and self-manifested, independent, in other words. The Vedic mantras describe the three types of Shakti of that self-manifested tattva as follows.
स विश्वकृद् विश्वविदात्म योनिरज्ञः कालो कालो गुणी सर्वविद् यः प्रधानक्षेत्रज्ञ पतिर्गुणेशः संसारमोक्षस्थिति बन्धन बंधधा बंधा हेतुः. Shvetashwar Upanishad 6.16.
That Paramatma is omniscient and the creator of the world. He is self-born Atmayoni, the controller of Kala, time, and the knower of all, the Ishvara of Pradhan, Maya, and the Ishvara of all Ketragyans, Jivas. He is full of all transcendental qualities and beyond all material qualities, yet he is their master. He binds the Jivas in samsara, places them in their positions, and liberates them from it. He does it because he's desiring it. But the actual doer of that work is the Shakti. But he's desiring that, and she understands his desire and manifests it. This mantra describes the three states of Parashakti. The word Pradhan denotes Maya Shakti. The word Ketragya denotes Jiva Shakti, and the Chit Shakti has been alluded to by the word Ketragyan Pati. It means the
Owner of Kshetra.
yes, the owner of that field.
Jeev.
The Mayavadis explain that Brahm is the condition of Paratattva without Shakti, without any type of personality whatsoever, just complete zero. This is how the Mayavadis, they don't give it an origin, that the origin is coming from personality itself. Not that the Brahm contains personality, but it's coming from the Shakti, originally from Shaktiman, the personality who owns Shakti. But this doctrine is simply imaginary. In reality, Bhagavan always possesses all Shakti, just like the sun, planet, possesses all the heat. It always possesses all the heat in all its forms. Shakti is present in all of his aspects. He is eternally situated in his Swarup. And although he has all Shaktis in that Swarup, just like the heat is, we can say, within the sun. When you talk about the sun, you also include the heat of the sun, even though the heat, in a sense, to be analyzed is separate from the sun that we're describing as the Shakti, but nevertheless, the heat is the sun. Just like when we talk about a candle, it has its heat and its light, but we say the candle. We say it as a whole. So similarly, Krishna is the possessor of that Shakti. Understand? He himself remains the supreme person, full of his own independent will. That's very important. He has his own independent will. And Shakti is fulfilling his will. So Krishna is the supreme controller, at the same time he's not. That's all. Understand? It's not so difficult. Someone who doesn't chant Hare Krishna could never understand this. Rajanath, if he is fully associated with Shakti, that means he's surrounded, immersed in Shakti, he only works with the assistance of Shakti. Then where is his independent nature and desire? Good question. Babaji, Shakti, Shaktimatayo Abed. The Shakti and the Shaktiman are non-different. Shaktiman is the energetic, and Shakti is the energy. According to this statement in Vedanti, Shakti, potency, and the Shaktiman, Purush, the supreme person who possesses all Shakti, are non-different. Work shows the influence of Shakti. Just like I gave the example of Baladev Prabhu. Baladev has to manifest from somewhere. So that manifestation of Baladev, for example, is not coming from Krishna's body. Actually, Swarup Shakti, Sri Radhika, she manifests directly from the left-hand side of Krishna. And it's described that Shivji manifests from the right-hand side of Krishna in order to protect the Raslila, the pastime, the very delicate pastime there. But it's Radharani who's manifesting Swarup. Krishna is Rup, Radharani is Swarup. Still, we term Krishna's Swarup. We still talk about Krishna's Swarup. But ultimately, that's Radhika. This is going to inspire us more for an appreciation of who is Radhika. This chapter is called Sakti-tattva. We're describing Radhika, and we're describing her prominence in everything as Swarup Shakti. So this will make this connection much more clear. Just like we're always saying that my Gurudev had said, I want to be a Palyadasi of Srimati Radhika. So what does that mean? It's not only the Leela. We should understand the tattva of that aspect too. Leela is going to come shortly. Actually, in this chapter, Leela will come. Rasabdim. What is the nature of rasa? That will also start to come at the end. I'm going to read that again because it's really important. Work shows the influence of Shakti. That is, all work is accomplished only by the means of Shakti. However, the desire to do work is an indication of Shaktiman. So simple. Personally, I've underlined these 3 lines in this chapter because it just simplifies. I said at the beginning when we started going through this, I said as we climb into this chapter, it'll become more clear and more simple. To begin with, all the vocabulary was being thrown at us. Chit Shakti, Maya Shakti, Jiva Shakti, etc. And their different interrelationship with each other and so on. But now it's becoming very clear and very specific. The mundane material world is the work of Maya Shakti. That means Shakti. All the jivas are the work of Jiva Shakti. And the Chit Jagat, spiritual world, is the work of Chit Shakti. Bhagavan inspires the Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti to be engaged in their respective activities, but he himself is still nirvikar, unattached and unaffected. Amazing, isn't it? It's so simple, and yet it's just beautiful. And if we hold in our minds, I find it more simple to appreciate like the sun planet and the energy that's surrounding it the whole time. The sun planet is producing the energy, but the sun is not the direct heat itself. The energy has separated itself. Brajanath, how can he remain nivikar when he works according to his independent desire? Brajanath is really nitpicking here. He wants to find the truth. Bhaktivinoda is giving us everything. Indeed, to be possessed of independent desire, swa-ichamai, means that he experiences vikar, transformation. So this is an important question. Does Krishna experience transformation? Not in this tattva. In the tattva of love, he manifests transformations, but not in here. It'll be explained. Babaji, Nivikar means to be free from any material manifestation.
Transformations.
What did it say? Nirvikara means to be free from any material transformations. Mayik Vikar. Maya is the shadow of Swarup Shakti. The work of Maya is reality, but it is not an eternal reality. That's another line to understand. It's not reality. It is reality, but it's not an eternal reality. We can't say, for example, that this material world is not real. We call it illusory, which means it's temporary, but it's real. You feel pain, you feel happiness, etc. These are real feelings that we experience in this world. Thus, the defect of Maya is not present in the Paratattva. The vikar that is present in Sri Hari in the form of his desire and pastimes is nothing but the highest manifestation of prem. I just said that before. Krishna is manifesting this vikar, this transformation, in the realm of prem, in the realm of love, loving exchanges. This is where Krishna will transform. There will be vikar. It'll explain. In the highest manifestations of prem, such wonderful manifestations of transcendental variegatedness are present in Advaya Gyan Bhagavan. Everything is present within Bhagavan. In spite of creating the material world by his desire, through his Maya Shakti, this Chit nature remains in eternal, unbroken existence. Even though this Maya Shakti is acting, still the Chit Shakti remains unaffected by it. It's not the defect of Maya, which is the shadow, is not affecting slightly. This is described again in the 16th chapter. It says there's not even a smell of Maya within the spiritual world. This is why it's so ludicrous to say that we fell from that world. If we understand Tattva Siddhanta, you cannot fall from that world. There's no Maya to fall from. There's no influence of the defect of Maya in the spiritual world. So how can you say that you fall from the spiritual world? There's no defect there to fall from. Is it clear? It should be crystal clear. No, sorry, where were I? Maya has no connection with the astonishing variegated Leela of Bhagavan in the spiritual world. These are all facts. Every single statement is a fact. Maya has no connection with the astonishing variegated Leela of Bhagavan in the spiritual world. There's no Maya there. Maya is the shadow of the Chit Shakti. It's described like a defect because it's creating a perversion or a reflection, which we're going to speak about. So it's not in its pure form in the Chit Shakti. Maya has no connection with the astonishing variegated Leela of Bhagavan in the spiritual world. However, jivas whose intelligence has been rendered dull by the influence of Maya think that the wonderful variegatedness of the spiritual world is just another affair of Maya. So there might be some personalities in some societies who think that their intelligence has been rendered dull by Maya, if they think that there is Maya in the spiritual world to attract someone away from the loving relationship of Krishna. Otherwise, there's no perfection in the spiritual world. It's not perfect. Because we don't have perfection here, we can't really accept perfection in the spiritual world. If you don't have deep shraddha, if you don't have deep faith to accept that totally perfected world, we will smear it with our experience of imperfection. Here in this world, everything is imperfect. The jivas are imperfect. We have imperfect senses from the very top to the bottom. And we put that impression into our understanding of the spiritual reality. But that is Maya. That is the illusion. That is the defect. One who suffers from jaundice sees everything as yellow, and one whose eyes are covered by clouds perceives the sun also to be covered by clouds. Similarly, those with Mayic intelligence imagine that transcendental names, forms, qualities, and pastimes are also Mayic, because we're covered by clouds. We got this disease of jaundice. So we're thinking Krishna's transcendental pastimes have some Mayic influence there. The purport is that Maya Shakti is a shadow of Chit Shakti. So the variegatedness found in spiritual activities is also reflected in the workings of Maya. Because she's the shadow of Chit, there's some connection with Chit. And it comes in a perverted way. The principal perversion is that in the spiritual world, everyone is only focusing on Krishna. And the perversion in the material world is people are only focusing on themselves. And if you're at all sensitive, you'll wake up and understand that's the reality. I'm thinking all day, what am I going to do with my life? Where am I going to go? What am I going to eat? What will I do today? How can I do something? It's all I. But in the spiritual world, that consideration isn't there, except how can I please Krishna? The I is still there. The identity must be there. The I is never annihilated. So that I is in relationship to how can I please. The devotee only wants to please and satisfy Krishna. So his spiritual identity. Love is a verb, to love. There must be activity to that loving relationship. The variegatedness seen in Maya Shakti is an inferior reflection or shadow of the variegatedness found in Chit Shakti. Inferior. So although these two types of variegatedness are apparently similar to each other, they are actually completely opposite. The material world and the spiritual worlds are completely, even though they appear in some aspect to be similar, but ultimately they're completely opposite. He's going to prove it here. Completely superficially, a person's reflection in a mirror appears the same as his body, right? We all think that. We look in the mirror and we think, oh, that's my body. But then on closer examination, however, with careful examination, they are seen to be exactly the opposite. For one is the body and the other is its reflection. It's not the same. The reflection, the body is not the same. There's a distinction. The body's various parts appear opposite in their reflection. The left hand appears on the right side and the right hand on the left. The left eye appears on the right side and the right eye appears on the left. Everything is round the other way. So how can we think it's a truthful reflection? It's not. It's a perverted reflection. Similarly, the variegatedness of the spiritual world is that of the material world, and that of the material world appears superficially the same. From a subtle point of view, however, they are opposed to each other, for material variegatedness is a distorted reflection of transcendental variegatedness. Understand? Therefore, although there is some apparent similarity, they are nonetheless different in essence. In essence, they're completely opposite. That independent Supreme Person who works by his own sweet will is the controller of Maya. He is free from any Mayic transformation, and through Maya he fulfills his purpose. He's freed from Maya, but with the help of Maya he fulfills his purpose of bewildering the jivas, to punish them, to wake them up, to come back to their original loving position of him. This is why the Mayic energy is there. It's to train the jivas to actually turn back to Krishna. How else can Krishna bring those wayward jivas? Because the jiva always has independence. How are we going to train the wayward jivas with their independent natures to actually come back and be submissive to the Lord? How are we going to do that? Maya's workings are extraordinary, and she does that. And that Shakti, that work is the work of Shakti. Rajanath, which of Sri Krishna's Shaktis is Srimati Radhika? Babaji, as Sri Krishna is the complete Shaktiman Tattva, Srimati Radhika is his complete Shakti. She can be called the complete Swarup Shakti, so that they can enact and relish their Leela. Krishna wants that Leela, so it's Shakti that arranges that Leela. Srimati Radhika and Krishna are eternally separate. The heat and the sun planet, so to speak, are separate, aren't they? The heat is not inside the sun. The heat is on the outside of the planet. The heat is not in the flame. The heat is outside the flame. We have to catch that, because it's a separate entity in this case. It's not the same. The heat is not in the flame. The heat is outside. Yet they are one at the same time. You can't have one without the other. It's beautiful. You have to test your wonderful intelligence to grasp it. That means you have to raise your consciousness. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is raising our consciousness to appreciate what is pure Siddhanta. She is called the complete Swarup Shakti, so that they can enact and relish their Leela. Srimati Radhika and Krishna are eternally separate, but they are eternally inseparable, just as musk and its scent are mutually inseparable, and fire and its heat cannot be separate from each other. Very simple. That Swarup Shakti, Srimati Radhika, has three kinds of potency of activity. Potency of activity. Kriya Shakti, that's collectively the name of the three potencies, is called Kriya Shakti. Now he's going to describe what are these three potencies. Kriya Shakti is what they're collectively called. They are known as Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti. So that's the activity. And the activity is called Kriya Shakti. Kriya means to do, from the verb kri, like karma is to do. It's from the same root, same dhatu. They are known as Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, Maya Shakti. The Chit Shakti is also called the internal potency, Antaranga Shakti. Maya Shakti is called the external potency, Bahiranga Shakti. And the Jiva Shakti is called the marginal potency, Tatashta Shakti. These three Shaktis. Although Swarup Shakti is one, She acts in these three ways. So don't separate her from them. Understand that it's the one principle that Kriya Shakti is acting in three different ways. All the eternal characteristics of Swarup Shakti are completely present in the Chit Shakti, present to a minute degree in the Jiva Shakti, and present in a distorted way in the Maya Shakti. It's distorted. The distortion is that everyone is focusing on themselves rather than service to Krishna. We're all focusing on service to myself, how I can be happy. We're not thinking how Krishna can be happy, what will please him. That pure devotee is only concerned with what will please Krishna. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about Shivji. His only concern, even though he has to do some erroneous type of activities like spread Mayavad, he's only doing it to please Krishna. Everything he does is to please Krishna. Everything. Even he gives a demon some benediction, which he knows is not going to help humanity, like Ravan, for example. Still, he knows that in the end, Krishna will purify that demon. So he leaves something for Krishna because his whole focus and attention is on pleasing Krishna. Everything is about pleasing Krishna. This is an example of a pure devotee, only wanting. So he's not in that distortion of Maya. Apart from these three kinds of Kriya Shakti, potency for activity, that I've described, Swarup Shakti also has three other types of function. So these are called functions, named Hladini, Sandini, and Sangvit. They are described as follows in the Das Mula.
स वै हलादिन्यश्च प्रणयविकृतेर्हलादनरतः तत संवित् शक्ति प्रकृतेत रहो भाव रसितः तत श्री सांदिन्यकृत विषाद तद्धाम निचाये रसाम्बुधो मग्नो व्रजरस विलासी विजायते.
I'm very happy you're here chanting these verses. I've been struggling through all these verses up to date, and I'm always every day hoping Gokul's going to come and chant them properly. There are three functions of Swarup Shakti. So the Kriya Shakti performs three types of activities in the form of Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti. Now, these are three functions which are different. Sandini, Sangvit, and Hladini are different. They're functions. Make a separation, make a distinction between these two. Hladini, Sandini, and Sangvit. Krishna remains perpetually immersed in the pranaya vikar. This means the loving pastimes of the Hladini Shakti. He's forever immersed in that because of the confidential bhavs evoked by Sangvit Shakti. Through his consciousness, these bhavs are manifesting. He is ever situated as Rasik Shekhar in relishing newer and newer rasa. That supremely independent pastime prince, Sri Krishna, is ever drowned within the ocean of Brajaras, in his transcendental blissful abodes, headed by Vrindavan, which are manifest through Sandini Shakti, all glories to him. So he's mentioned all three functions here. He's mentioned the Hladini, that immersion in rasa, vikar, and he's mentioned the Sangvit, where it begins in the consciousness, and he's mentioned the external aspect of it as Sandini, that's Sandini Shakti. The purport is that the three aspects of Swarup Shakti, namely Hladini, Sandini, and Sangvit, completely influence all the activities of the Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti. You got that? These three different aspects are influencing the three three aspects are influencing the activities of Chit, Jiva, and Maya Shakti. The Hladini Vritti, that means the understanding of Hladini, of Swarup Shakti, as Sri Radhika, the daughter of Sri Vrishabhanu Maharaj, gives full transcendental bliss and enjoyment to Krishna. Srimati Radhika is the embodiment of Mahabharata. His question was about Radhika. That's what we're answering here. It's all very much. Someone wrote a question? No. Embodiment. There must be so many questions, but you just all have to hold them. Just keep reading. Shrimati Radhika is the embodiment of Mahabhav. She gives happiness to Krishna in her own transcendental form, and she also eternally manifests 8 bhavs as the 8 principal Sakhis, who are direct extensions, Kaya Vyuha, of her own Swarup. Radhika wants to satisfy Krishna completely, so Krishna has the capacity for much more than Radhika is able to actually produce. So she produces these 8 Sakhis, which actually increase Krishna's pranaya, his bliss, by these other Sakhis, and then more and more and more are produced. Besides that, she manifests her 4 different types of service moods as the 4 different types of Sakhis, namely the Priya Sakhis, the Narma Sakhis, the Pran Sakhis, and the Paramapreshta Sakhis. He doesn't mention the Nitya Sakhis here. Very often it's mentioned as 5 different types of Sakhis. Sakhis, Pran Sakhis, Nitya Sakhis, Pran Sakhis, Parama Sakhis, and Paramapreshta Sakhis. Those are the 5. I'll post them on our WhatsApp thread. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur mentions these in the later areas, but here he's only mentioning 4 of them. All these Sakhis are Nitya Siddha Sakhis. That means they're eternally liberated servants of Radharani within the transcendental realm of Braj. None of them have any material inebriety at all. The Sangvit Vritti of Swarup Shakti, so that was the Hladini Shakti we just discussed. Now we're going to discuss the Sangvit, then there'll be a discussion on the Sandini. These 3 distinct steps. 1, 2, 3. The Sangvit Vritti of Swarup Shakti manifests all the various moods of the relationships, Sambandha Bhavs, within Braj. Okay, that's as much as he's giving on the Sangvit. Actually, it's described that the Sandini, for example, manifests all the forms, and the Sangvit gives us knowledge of our relationships with those forms, because the Sangvit, knowledge in the spiritual world, is only concerned with relationship, knowledge of my relationship with all the personalities in Vrindavan. What is my relationship with Mother Yashoda? What is my relationship with Nanda Baba? What is my relationship with Krishna? What is my relationship with all the other residents of Braj? This is the knowledge Shakti. And then the Hladini Shakti is giving us the pleasure of those relationships. So those 3 can be understood in that way also. So the Sangvit Vritti of Swarup Shakti manifests all the various moods of the relationships, Sambandha Bhavs, within Braj. Sandini manifests everything in Braj. We always say that Baladev is the platform, the existence potency. Sandini means existence potency. So everything that has existence is manifested from the Sandini Shakti. The Sandini Shakti's Ishtadev is Baladev, but that potency is manifesting from Swarup Shakti. It must be manifesting from Swarup Shakti. Understand? Sandini manifests everything in Braj that consists of water, earth, and so on, such as the villages, forests, gardens, and Giri Govardhan, which are places of Krishna's pastimes. It also manifests all the other transcendental objects used in Krishna's pastimes, as well as the transcendental bodies of Sri Radhika, Sri Krishna, Sakhis, Sakas, cows, dasas, dasis, and so on. Radhika's body has existence. So that existence potency is manifesting from the Sandini Shakti. We can't understand these things by our material intelligence, but we can appreciate something of them. It can open a little window to appreciate the distinctions of these energies. This whole chapter is about Sakti-tattva. So what are all the different Shaktis and how are they manifesting in the world and how do they originate and what is their functions? This is what's being described. Understand? Little bit. No, we appreciate the wonderment of it, the achintya of it. So the transcendental bodies of Sri Radhika and Krishna are manifested by Sandini, the Sakhis, Sakas, cows, dasas, and dasis, and so on. Sri Krishna is always engrossed in supreme bliss in the form of the pranaya vikar of Hladini. That means the loving pastimes of Sri Radhika. And being endowed with the various bhavs manifested by the Sangvit Vritti. Those bhavs have manifested in his consciousness of knowledge, we can say, or understanding. The bhavs have manifested there. He relishes pranaya ras. Through the Sangvit Vritti of his Parashakti, Krishna performs activities such as attracting the gopis by playing on his vamsi, taking the cows out for grazing, gocharan, ras lila, and other pastimes. These are all pastimes that are performed by the Sangvit Vritti. Krishna has to decide to go grazing, has to decide to have the Rasa Lila. There has to be some consciousness behind these activities manifesting, right? The Rasa Lila has to be conceived of. It's conceived of by the Sangvit Vritti in the consciousness, and then it's manifesting as the Hladini Shakti. This is exactly what I said just before, that the Sandini is about all the bodies, and then the Sangvit is knowledge of the relationships. So this knowledge also goes into Krishna's pastimes. Krishna taking the cows out. He has to think, I'm taking the cows out. He's thinking, I want to manifest Rasa Lila. These are all conscious ideas, they're inspirations, they're his desire. And then the Hladini Shakti is the taste of all these desires. Sri Krishna, who is Brajavilasi, the enjoyer of pastimes in Braj, always remains immersed in rasa, in his transcendental dham, which is manifested by the Sandini potency. Everything is manifested by existence potency. Amongst all the abodes of his pastimes, the abode of Sri Braj pastimes is the sweetest. Okay, let me stop there. So we'll continue this on Monday, and probably by Monday, most of us will have forgotten everything that we just read. So we might have to refresh something, because tomorrow, Saturday, I want to discuss the glories of Shivji, whose glories are endless, but we'll get something in that time. And then very soon we're going to come into this Rasabdim section here, the last part of this chapter 14. So we'll discuss more on Monday. So I hope everyone's kept up to some degree. If you have that map that we posted, it'll be greatly helpful. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. So now we're coming to page 316, and we've read through most of this. We had reached the bottom of page 316 actually. We had talked about the Chit Shakti, we talked about Maya Shakti, and we've just finished speaking about Jiva Shakti. It's gone into detail, some detail, about each of these three Shaktis. So I'll just read again the Jiva Shakti just to refresh from where we were last time. Babaji, Jiva Shakti is the atomic potency of Swarup Shakti. Atomic means very small potency of Swarup Shakti. And all three aspects of Swarup Shakti are present in it to a minute degree. Thus, the Hladini Vritti is always present in the Jiva in the form of Brahmanand, spiritual bliss. Sangvit Vritti is present in the form of Brahmagyan, transcendental knowledge. Brahmagyan here means knowledge of Brahm. It doesn't mean Nirvishesh Brahm. It means knowledge of Brahm, transcendental knowledge. And Sandini Vritti is present in the Jiva's minute form. So you'll see on that diagram, that sketch, that where these three influences from Swarup Shakti are manifesting on the Jiva Shakti, the Jiva himself. I will explain this subject matter more clearly when we discuss Jaiva-tattva. In Maya Shakti, the Hladini Vritti is manifest in the form of mundane pleasure, Jad Ananda. Jad means dull, dull pleasure. That means pleasure with just the gross material senses, etc. Sangvid vritti is manifest in the form of material knowledge, bautik gyan, and the Sandini Shakti is manifest in the form of the entire material universe. This is all material, so that potency of existence is demonstrating itself in this material world, as this material world, which consists of the 14 planetary systems and the material bodies of the jivas. This is all the manifestation of the Sandini Shakti. So we have these um, different appreciations, how the different vrittis are acting on the jiva. Hladini Shakti, Hladini vritti as the Brahmand, and the Sangvid vritti as the Brahmagyan, and the Sandini vritti as the jiva's minute spiritual form. This is his minute, the form of the jiva. And then how the Maya Shakti is manifesting through the Hladini vritti, manifesting as mundane pleasure. Pleasure must be there for the jiva if he's not connecting with transcendence and his real spiritual pleasure. He will always be seeking anxiously pleasure in this world. And this is our difficulty always, because if we're not fully realized, then we're not going to be feeling that spiritual bliss. Therefore, we will seek material pleasure of one form or another, of eating, of sleeping, of mating, etc. Any form like that, we will seek that pleasure, that bliss. Eating or not eating is also pleasure. In the form of material knowledge, Bautik Gyan, and the Sandini Shakti is manifest in the form of the entire material universe. Yes, this entire Brahmand is a manifestation of the material existence potency, that's Sandini Shakti. Brajanath, why is Shakti called inconceivable if all its activities can be understood like this? So he's describing, analyzing each of these separate Shaktis and how they act on the jiva, and how Maya Shakti is acting by the potencies of Hladini, Sangvit, and Hladini. And we can understand them to some degree, or we can appreciate them to some degree. And so he's asking, why are they called inconceivable? If you can talk about them in this way, that's the question. So Babaji answers, these topics can be understood in isolation from each other, but their relationships are inconceivable in the material world because opposite qualities have the inherent tendency to annihilate each other. Did we read this on Saturday? I think we read this through on Saturday. You don't remember. So we read it again anyway. Okay. Have the inherent tendencies to annihilate each other. Principles that are mutually opposed cannot be present together in the same place. You can't be walking and be stationary at the same time, but the inconceivable Lord, he can be. So it's describing Krishna's achintya nature. Annihilate each other. Principles that are mutually opposed cannot be present together in the same place. However, Sri Krishna's Shakti has such inconceivable power that in the spiritual world it manifests all the mutually opposing qualities together at the same time, and in a very wonderful and beautiful manner. Even though Sri Krishna has the most beautiful form, Roop, he is formless, Arup. He's formless in the form of his Nirvishesh Brahm. This is also Krishna. So he's formless and he has form. He has a transcendental Murti form, but he is present everywhere. This was the question before. If Krishna is medium-sized, which means he has a distinct parameter for his existence, so to speak, his body, then how can he be all-pervasive? So Babaji has answered this question before, that we're limiting Krishna to our material conception always. We're always bringing it down to our material, limited understanding. He has a transcendental murti, and he is present everywhere. He is always active, and yet being unaffected, he performs no karma. There's the beautiful verse, Karmani anihasya bhavo bhavasyate. This is a verse that's described by Uddhav in the third canto. This is chapter 4 of the third canto, verse 16. And it's saying, Karmani anihasya bhavo bhavasyate, durgashreya tari vayat pralayanam, kalat mano yat pramod yuteshram, svetman rate kidyati dira vidam iha. This is Karmani anihasya, that Krishna is born, but he's not born. Karmani anihasya, bhavo bhavasyate, that he is, he works, karmani, and he doesn't work at the same time. He's fear personified, and yet he runs away and hides in a fort from his enemies, acting as if he's afraid. And he's the most renounced person, yet he lives in an ashram with 16,000 queens. So Uddhav is saying even sages become bewildered by these contradictions. So it's the same principle that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is opening out here, that how can we appreciate these complete opposite, opposing qualities and activities of Krishna at the same time, simultaneously. Simultaneously he's born, and yet he's never born, etc. He is always active, yet being unaffected, he performs no karma. That's the karmani anihasya. He is the son of Nanda Maharaj, although he is unborn. Actually, for the devotees, we accept this and we can roll with it, so to speak. We've heard it from the beginning. And by chanting Hare Krishna, this is, again, the efficacy or the proof of chanting Hare Krishna, that by engaging in this devotional service, we can actually appreciate this quite simply, that Krishna is born as the son of Nanda Baba and Mother Yashoda, but at the same time, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We run these two parallels together in our consciousnesses and are appreciating both of them. Isn't it correct? We're appreciating Krishna as the Supreme. We study, we immerse ourselves in Bhagavad Gita. Aham sarvasya prabhavo matahara sarvam pravartante. Krishna is the Lord of all the material and the spiritual worlds. There's nothing greater than Krishna. And at the same time, he's being tied to a grinding mortar by Mother Yashoda. And in the 8th chapter of the first canto, Kunti Devi, she's astonished that the Supreme Lord can be tied to a grinding mortar. She can't bridge this Aishwarya with the Madhurya aspect. So appreciating the Madhurya and the Aishwarya within the same form of Krishna is essential for us to understand the entire position and picture, so to speak, of where we're going, of who is Krishna, how is Krishna. Everything has to be reconciled. This practice that we are following is completely holistic, so to speak. There's no question that can't be answered, that can't be reconciled. Everything has to be reconciled for the intelligence, for the consciousness to accept it fully. If there's some little doubt somewhere, then how can the consciousness have that deepest shraddha and faith? All of these doubts have to be completely dispelled. And sometimes we don't even know what the doubts are until they're brought to light by the Shastra, which is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is doing here. He's bringing these considerations to light. He is the son of Nanda Maharaj, although he is unborn. He is simply a cowherd boy, although he is worshipped by all others. Actually, even in the Krishna Leela, it's described that Mother Yashoda, she's anxiously waiting for Krishna to return. And Krishna's returning with all the cows and the cowherd boys. And it's described that there are many devas lining the road and they're offering their worship to Krishna. And Krishna's reciprocating as he's going along. And the gopis are telling Mother Yashoda that there's many personalities who are glorifying Krishna as he returns. That's why he's late, Mother. That's why he won't be home in time. So they actually say like this to Mother Yashoda. So these are the two considerations going on. Krishna is Sarvagyan. That means he knows everything. And he's Mugdata. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know that he's the Supreme. At the same time, we see the example of Baladev Prabhu. He has these qualities also. And when they're playing that game, a Pralambasura carries Balaram and starts to carry him away from the other cowherd boys. And Balaram is realizing, who is this? This is not a cowherd boy. This is some sort of demon. But he's forgotten his omniscience, it's described by Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur, because he's immersed himself in the Sakya Ras. He's been playing so intensely as a cowherd boy. He's forgotten. He has these omniscient potencies. And Krishna has to shoot him a glance. Balaram looks towards Krishna and Krishna gives him a glance. Wake up. You're not just a cowherd boy anymore. And then he realizes instantly, oh yes, and punches Pralamba. One punch in the face and cracks his skull. So like this, it's just these two parallels are running simultaneously, which is astonishing, completely astonishing, that Krishna is that Supreme Personality of Godhead, but at the same time, he's not. And we, as devotees, we can reconcile this. We've heard it from the very beginning. From the very beginning, we were reading Bhagavad Gita. And then we were, from the very beginning, in the month of Kartik every year, the Damodar Astakam, we are reading how Krishna becomes bound by Mother Yashoda. So from the very beginning, we were reading this. Simultaneously, we were reading from Bhagavad Gita. So these two teachings have been running parallel in our consciousnesses. So it's not such a huge quantum leap for us to accept what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is writing here now. We already appreciate this, isn't it? We already understand this. Although he is unborn, he is simply a cowherd boy, although he is worshipped by all others, and he has a human-like form and bhav, although he is omniscient. Seems he has a human form. It's like the gopis, for example. They have heard from Purnamasi that Krishna is God, and momentarily they consider that possibility, but it is only momentarily. We have to really appreciate this deeply. In the Ragvartman Chandrika, it's described in the commentary by my Gurudev that he describes it like this: Aishwarya Bhav will manifest as you were boiling 200 liters of milk, and occasionally a piece of grass comes to the surface of the boiling milk, and then it gets submerged again in the quantity of milk. So this is like that Aishwarya Bhav manifesting in Krishna very, very momentarily, and then it gets drowned out by the Madhurya constantly. It's also interesting to appreciate that when the gopis are feeling the deepest separation, they sometimes have a momentary appreciation that Krishna is that Supreme Personality of Godhead. And they say in their prayers, what's that? Gopi Kalo, I can't remember the verse. In the Gopi Gita. Just pass me that songbook on the top there. Yes. I want to know this verse, so I've forgotten it. Nakalo Gopi ka nandano bhavan akila dehinam antarat madrik. It's saying, "Oh friend, you are certainly not only the son of Yashoda, you are also the supersoul who resides in the heart of all living beings. In response to the prayer of Lord Brahma, you have descended in the Yadav dynasty in order to protect the universe." So the gopis are saying like this in their state of separation from Krishna. And even more so than this, when they're actually in front of Krishna in the Pranaya Gita, when Krishna's called them by his flute song, and they've come into the forest for the first time, and Krishna sends them all home, and then they become mortified And then they, in 9 verses there, they defeat Krishna. And in one of those verses, they're saying that you're not just the son of Mother Yashoda, like this verse here. But here, they're actually standing in front of Krishna. And this understanding of Krishna's divine nature comes, but it's only momentarily that it actually comes. And certainly when they're in union, it never comes. He's just their beloved. Never, never. Except in that one time when they're both in that Pranaya Gita, when they're both together. But that's that gopis are feeling separation because Krishna sent them home. When they've come to the forest, he says, "Oh, chaste ladies shouldn't be out in the night like this. You know, what will your father and brothers and family think of this? This is not the correct behavior. You should go home now." The gopis, they scratch Mother Earth. They want to actually enter into her. They become so unhappy at this prospect of having to go back into their home. They say it's like vantasi. They say like we will be eating our own vomit. They don't want to go back again. But at this time, they're saying, Krishna, that you're not only the mother of Yashoda, you know, the son of Yashoda. So these considerations must be there. Do you understand all I said?
Yes, I was always wondering when I was reading what they're saying, that he's the super soul, and how's that possible?
Well, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur comments, only when they're in a separation mood can they, that's one of the specialities of the separation mood, is to be able to perceive both of the worlds simultaneously, to perceive him as their beloved and as also as the supreme person. It's only when they're in separation. In separation, they have more vision like that than in union. Their vision is only focused on Krishna. It's nothing else. And the loving exchanges that they're experiencing is just all encompassing. But when they're separated, there's a space for this, the depth of this Vipralamba to actually manifest itself in the form of appreciating him as the Supreme Lord. But it's only very rare. It comes up like the blades of grass from the boiling milk, just momentarily. It's not that they linger in that place. They don't really believe he's God. Not really in their hearts, they don't believe he's God. And neither does Nanda Baba or Mother Yashoda. When Uddhav, he comes and he starts in the 46th chapter, he comes back into Braj and he's speaking to Nanda Baba, who's so feeling separation from Krishna. And Uddhav says, of course, you know that Krishna is not really your son. He's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Nanda Baba's thinking, who is this boy? You know, what does he understand? He's my son. Even though he lifted Govardhan Hill and all those cowherd men are saying you should treat your boy nicely, he's actually not an ordinary boy. And Nanda Baba just laughs at them. He says, whatever he's doing here, sometimes he cries, he steals, he lies. This isn't God. God doesn't cry and steal and lie and have tantrums and stuff like that. This can't be God. So he pacifies them like that. So Yoga Maya also acts in this capacity to cover them regularly, because Krishna wants to enact this pastime of being ignorant of his Godhead. You know, when you're in that supreme position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, what sort of relationships will you have if they're all sort of tainted with a mood of, oh, you're so great, you're so great, you're so great, like in Vaikuntha? They don't satisfy totally. So when that platform is purified and they're just thinking that he's the boy who has to be chastised, he's the boy who has to be told off, etc. Like Sridham will fight with Krishna, defeat him. What sort of big man do you think you are? You know, I can defeat you anytime. They're not like when Krishna defeats the wrestlers in Mathura. And then Krishna and Balaram, when they've killed Kamsa, they begin dancing on the stage, and all the cowherd boys, they become so happy, and they believe firmly that they could have killed those wrestlers and Kamsa also, because they know that they have the same potency as Krishna. Krishna has given them that impression. And they all come onto the stage and they all begin dancing, playing their flutes and, frolicking around on the stage fearlessly, because they believe that they're the same as Krishna, that he's not such a great man. Even there's a pastime in Vidagdha Madhava, I was reading the other day, so beautiful. I think I mentioned it even, that Krishna, he's playing his flute, and Balaram is witnessing all the rocks are melting, and Jamuna Devi has become stagnant, and the atmosphere has become so thick and charged. And then Madhumangal, he pushes Krishna. He says, hey, this is not you that's playing the flute. This is the beauty of the flute. He says, don't think that this is just you. This flute has its own melody. It's not only you. So Madhumangal, he says, like completely like breaks that Aishwarya in a moment. So how amazing. So this is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur was describing. It's the Aishwarya and the Madhurya simultaneously. Krishna is fear personified, yet he runs and hides in a fortress. He's the most renounced, yet he has an ashram filled with women. You know, he's born, but he's not born. These are contradictory things. How can we reconcile? By the potency of the Hare Krishna mantra inspiring the heart towards loving that Supreme Lord and accepting, just accepting this achintya nature. We can't control it. Our material natures is we always want to control everything. We want to scientifically analyze it, put it in a box, have it explained materially, and then I'll accept it. But with Krishna, it's saying, no, you can't. You can't. You can't be walking and be stationary at the same time. So you have to accept this achintya. This is wonderful. He is the son of Nanda Maharaj, although he is unborn. He is simply a cowherd boy, although he is worshipped by all others. Lord Brahma, he comes. What sort of difficulty does Lord Brahma have? Lord Brahma is Lord Brahma. He's born from the lotus of Kriya. He's manifested all of these planetary systems from the stem of the lotus, and he's populated them. And he knows his supreme position in this material world. He's the guna avatar of passion. He's created all this material world. He knows Krishna is the infusion of power that's doing that. And then he sees this little cowherd boy, and why should he think that he's that supreme Lord? So he steals all the the cows and the cowherd boys, in order to test his mystic opulence. And then he sees that actually this is that supreme Lord. It's described that Lord Brahma's senses, all of his senses are jolted, is the word that's used by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. They're jolted. They're completely like smashed. And he collapses. He climbs down off his swan carrier and he offers full dandavats. Generally, the devas, they never touch this earth. But he climbs down from his swan carrier. He touches the earth and offers full dandavat with all his helmets touching the lotus feet of Krishna. And Krishna says, oh, Lord Brahma, you're the grandfather of the universe. What are you doing? Why are you doing like this to me? I'm just a little cowherd boy. And Brahma said, no, you're not. Now I know who you are. So he's making that reconciliation. But just in a moment, we've had so many years to make that reconciliation. Lord Brahma is doing it like in a moment. He's making that reconciliation with who is this Lord? This Lord is from the navel where I've manifested. He's the Lord of Garbhodakshay Vishnu. Garbhodakshay Vishnu is the Ishtadev of Lord Brahma. That's his worshipable deity. But this is even higher than that. So it's quite amazing. He has a human-like form and bhav, although he is omniscient. Beautiful. Similarly, at one and the same time, he possesses all qualities. Sa vishesh. I explained sa vishesh. Sa means with. Every time the prefix of sa, like we say sakam. Sa means with. And nir means without. And yet he has no qualities, nirvishesh. This is why it's so bewildering for philosophers. They hear about the Brahman, they hear about, they might even experience that, and then they will think that it's God, because they don't understand Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. You remember when Vyasadeva was dictating to Ganeshji the Bhagavatam, and the condition was that Ganeshji had to understand everything that Vyasadeva was saying. And Vyasadev's condition was, you mustn't stop speaking. So Vyasadeva was speaking this verse in the second chapter only. Vedanti tat tattva vedas tattvam yajnanam advayam Brahmati, Paramatmati, Bhagavan. That the Lord is three in one. He's the Brahman, he's Paramatma, and he's Bhagavan. Ganesh, he couldn't understand this. How can he be three? How can he be that Brahman, which all the Devas worship ultimately, because Brihaspati, the spiritual master of the Deva, he's described as Brahman realized. So that's as high as the Devas can go. So Ganeshji is thinking, well, this is Brahman, and then Paramatma, which is so high, he's thinking, even though who is Paramatma's mother and father? Where does Paramatma have a personal form? Paramatma doesn't have a personal form. And then Bhagavan, how can he be all three? And he broke his pen in frustration trying to understand this. So then he breaks off one of his tusks. You always see Ganesh with just half a tusk. And then he breaks off the tusk and continues the Bhagavatam like that. But Ganesh can't even understand it. The son of Lord Shivji. What to speak of us? But we can understand it. Why? Because we have the holy name of the Lord. That's why. Because the mercy of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra has opened our consciousnesses to appreciate this very easily. What I'm saying, try and remember when you first came to the devotional service, you probably came on the back of the Bhagavad Gita. Natyam parananyat kischid asti jananjaya. What's that? Mai sarvam idam portram sutre manigana ava. That all the worlds are hanging on me like a thread, all like pearls on a thread. All these beautiful verses exclaiming Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, yet at the same time, we're understanding he's this little boy in Vrindavan. Not only just a little boy, but a lover of the gopis simultaneously. All of these different aspects are within Krishna simultaneously. How amazing is this personality of Krishna? How can we go to the impersonal when we understand so much of the personal? We're swamped with these personal descriptions through the Srimad Bhagavatam. It starts in the very beginning with the different personalities that are described through the Bhagavatam. Who is Yudhishthira Maharaj? Who is Vidura? Who is Parikshit? Who is Shukadev? All of these personalities. All personalities. Oh my God, got late. I'm going to finish this paragraph anyway. And yet he has no qualities. Oh, he possesses all qualities, Savishesh, and yet he has no qualities, Nirvishesh. He is achintya, inconceivable, and full of rasa. He is both limited and limitless. He is very far away and very close by. He's closer than the lid of our eye, and yet he's billions of miles away simultaneously. He is unaffected, nirabhaka, nirvikara, and yet he is afraid of the man, the sulking mood of apparent anger of the gopis. He is afraid. He does so much to try to pacify Sri Radhika. It's very fearful for Krishna. He's not afraid of anything, but when Radharani sends him a glass, Radharani will defeat him. Even in wrestling, she will defeat him. In every way, she'll defeat him. Krishna is afraid of this. And yet he is afraid of the man, sulking mood, apparent anger of the gopis. How far can we enumerate the infinite variety of Sri Krishna's qualities, such as these? How can you count the qualities when there's so many opposites there? They contradict each other, and yet they are eternally and beautifully present without opposition or conflict in his swarup. No conflict. They're eternally present. We can't begin to understand it. It is achintya, but it's so gloriously beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it just wonderful to conceive and consider how beautiful all of these qualities are, reposing in a single swarup of this personality? His abode, and in his various paraphernalia related to him. This is the inconceivable nature of his Shakti. So, Brajanath, do the Vedas accept this? Okay, that's a good question. So we'll leave that for tomorrow. So I apologize today for not um, reading anything. We should just read one paragraph at least. Otherwise, I'll die from having no Jaiva Dharma infusion. So the last, we'll read from the middle of page 317. Oh no, we read that in great detail yesterday about the opposing attributes and qualities of Krishna. We read that very deeply. So Brajanath is asking, do the Vedas accept this? And then there's a beautiful quote here. Babaji is saying, it has been accepted everywhere. It has been said in the Svetashpata Upanishad. Give me the microphone.
आपनी पदो ज्वानो गृहीत पश्यति चक्षुषु सा शृणोति आकारणः सा वेति वेद्यं न च तस्यस्ति वेतः तम अहोर आर्ग्यम पुरुषम महांतम.
So Brajanath is asking for confirmation from the Vedas about Krishna's inconceivable nature. We said this verse yesterday, Karmani anihasya bhavo bhavasyate. Buddhavasya, that Krishna works and he doesn't work. He's born and he's not born. He's the most renounced and yet he lives with 16,000 queens. And he's fear personified, yet he runs away and hides in a fortress. So how to reconcile this? So Brajanath is asking for some praman from the Vedas for this. So this is the praman. We're just going to read this and then we'll stop. That Paramatma has no material hands or legs, but he accepts everything with his transcendental hands and goes everywhere with his transcendental legs. We really have to appreciate that distinction. He has no material eyes or ears, yet he sees and hears everything within his transcendental eyes and ears. He knows all that is to be known and the activities of everything, but no one can know him unless he reveals himself. The transcendentalists who know Brahm call him the original personality, the great Purush, who is the cause of all causes. This is a very beautiful description of the beauty and nature of Krishna. So I'm going to leave it there today. A little bit of Jaiva Dharma, but a lot of Falshruti and just some inspirational words in between. Dandavat pranams. Hare Krishna. So now we come back to our subject matter in time today. So we're on to page 318 and we're working through this Sakti-tattva. And I think with every sentence, our appreciation for the personality who embodies Shakti, which is Sri Radhika, should be manifesting more strongly in our hearts. It's all about Radhika. Sakti-tattva means Radharani. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur is really opening this out in such a clear, analytical way. It's very amazing. And it's a little twisty to begin with, catching all the terminologies and so on. It's like vocabulary we have to just absorb initially. What is Chit Shakti? What is Maya Shakti? What is Jiva Shakti? And how they're all manifesting from Swarup Shakti. Everything is manifesting from Swarup Shakti. And I've constantly made the example of the heat from the sun. The sun planet is the Shaktiman. The sun planet is producing the heat, and the heat is dependent on the sun completely, right? But the sun is not dependent on the heat. The sun is independent. So Krishna is Shaktiman. Krishna is independent. But the Shakti itself is totally dependent on the heat. Therefore, the Shakti is attracting the Shaktiman by her immense affection and love. Krishna was not in love with Radhika independently. Radhika gave that tremendous mood and feeling of attraction to Krishna, and Krishna reciprocates with Radhika. Krishna falls in love with Radhika completely in the Leela because of Radhika's extensive affection and attraction to him. One time in Vidagdha Madha, Rupa Goswami is describing, right at the very beginning of their relationship, Radhika is very insecure, you can say, just as a simple word. She's kind of attracted to Krishna, but not especially. But Krishna is immensely, Radhika is immensely attracted to Krishna. And Krishna's hiding in the bushes with Madhu Mangal just to watch Radhika's moods. And Radhika is embracing a tamal tree, thinking that it's Krishna. And she's fainting when she just hears the name Krishna. And then she has that wonderful experience where she She sees Krishna as a cowherd boy, and she falls in love with him. And then she sees a painting, and she falls in love with that also. And then she hears that flute song, and she falls in love with that also. Then she condemns herself so harshly. Now you're such an unchaste person. Now you've fallen in love with 3 separate men. And she's so lamentable that she wants to go and take her life in the Jamuna. Then Lalita comes, Arai, why are you like this? It's all the same person. And then Radhika, her bliss and relief that it's all the same person is there. But her love for Krishna, Rupa Goswami really, really brings out, particularly in Vidagdhamada. He brings out so strong. And it's this love of Radhika that attracts Krishna. So now we're going through the tattva of that, like the heat of the sun. The heat is attracted to the sun. The heat is not directly the sun planet. There's a distinction, like when you see a candle. There's 3 components. There's the flame, there's the energy, which is the heat, then there's the light. And then there's 3 components we were saying just yesterday. Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. These 3 divisions like that. It's the same, parallel. But ultimately, Sri Radhika is that energy. And it's her who's manifesting all the worlds. And this chapter 14 is an explanation of that. All the aspects of the Jiva Tattva, how the Sandini is acting on the Jiva Tattva, giving him his minute form, acting in the form of knowledge in Sangvit Shakti, acting in the form of bliss in Hladini Shakti, and then in the material domain, all the different planets in the Brahmand are all manifesting from Sandini Shakti. But Sandini Shakti, the Ishtadev is Baladev. But where does Baladev come from? He's a manifestation of Swarup Shakti. Isn't he? He's not a separate manifestation. There's only 2 separate manifestations from Krishna. You remember? Gopishwa Mahadev and Sri Radhika. Only these 2. Gopishwa Mahadev manifests from Krishna's right-hand side to protect the Rasastali at Vamsivat. And Sri Radhika manifests from Krishna's left-hand side and immediately runs to Krishna in attraction. And that same Radhika is the manifestation of all the energies in existence. She is Swarup Shakti. And she is only out of a desire to please Krishna. Every atom of her being is only desirous of bringing Krishna pleasure. Nothing else is there. Nothing else is there. That's why ultimately the great Mahajans, the great devotees in our line, follow Sri Radhika. Because we want that devotion, that one-pointed hunger to please Sri Radhika, who is pleasing Krishna the most. Her name, Aradeyo, means she worships that personality more than anyone. So these truths are all being brought out here. So yesterday we were discussing, well, first of all, if we backtrack, because I missed yesterday, because we got distracted in the Falshruti. But on page 317, it's describing how amazing is Krishna, being able to contain all opposites in existence. He can walk and he can be stationary at the same time. Karmani anihasya bhavo vasyate. He works and he doesn't work. He's born and he's not born. And he's renounced, yet he lives with 16,000 queens. He's the supreme controller, yet Mother Yashoda binds him. These are such intense contradictions. And we were describing that just by the potency and mercy of the holy name itself, the devotees are able to go with this mood. We're able to accept these huge distinctions between Krishna as in Tattva Vichar and Krishna in Rasa Vichar. These 2 huge distinctions of nature in Krishna. Krishna being totally submissive to Radhika's man. When Radhika is in man, Krishna has so hard. He has to roll his sleeves up and really fully dedicate his full attention. She frightens him. Krishna is described in when Krishna is dancing. What is it? Vrinda Devi is telling Radhika. Radhika is asking Vrinda, what is Krishna doing? Oh, he's dancing. Oh, where is he dancing? Oh, he's dancing in Radhakund. Oh, and who is his teacher? Oh, you, Sri Radhika. He's seeing you in every leaf, in every atom around him, with your stick of man to check him if he makes any wrong moves. But Krishna is the supreme controller. At the same time, he's being controlled. This is like the sun planet that generates the heat, is somehow or other now being controlled by the heat. These are huge conceptions for the consciousness, and we can assimilate it by the mercy of Guru, by the mercy of Vaishnavas, and by the mercy of Nam. By the mercy of Nam, we can somehow feel comfortable with these contrasting conceptions. So this is what we were reading about on page 317. And then yesterday, just at the very end, we read this translation. I'll just read it again now. So it's the last thing we read yesterday. This is at the top of 318. That Paramatma has no material hands or legs, but he accepts everything with his transcendental hands and goes everywhere with his transcendental legs. He has no material eyes or ears, yet he sees and hears everything with his transcendental eyes and ears. He knows all that is to be known and the activities of everything, but no one can know him unless he reveals himself. Yes, this avaroha panta, this descending truth is our line. We are not trying to climb up to Krishna as great demons like Ravana in the past did. We are trying to bow our heads to receive that infusion of kripa, of mercy from Krishna. And only then, in a moment, we can understand him. Not understand him, but love him. Understanding, we often say, is not our goal to understand. It's to appreciate. To understand means like we want to capture it and put it in our pocket, like own it. That's not the process, really. The process is to fall in love with Krishna, to fall in love with Vrindavan, to fall in love with the residents of Braj. Yes, it's that power of attraction. That is pure devotional service, that power of attraction. What we say that verse yesterday, Bhaktya mam abhijananti yavan yaschasmi tatvadaha tato mam tatvato natva. What is the other last line? Forgotten. Anyway, only by pure devotion can Krishna be achieved. So we have to know, what is that devotion? How can we achieve him? How can we connect with him? But no one can know him unless he reveals himself. The transcendentalists who know Brahm call him the original personality, the great Purush, who is the cause of all causes. So here again, this is almost like a contradiction. I was sharing yesterday or the day before how, again in Vidagdha Madhav, Madhumangal, when Krishna is melting the rocks and bringing all the blossoms from the trees with the sound vibration of his flute, and everyone is becoming stunned, and Madhumangal pushes him. Hey, don't become proud. Don't think it's you that's doing that. This is the beautiful flute that's doing that. What is this relationship that Madhumangal has with Krishna that he can say something like that? It's so much love that he has that he can say like that. And Krishna is very happy to hear that. He likes that mood. Madhumangal knows that. So these sorts of considerations. In the Isha Upanishad, we find the following statements. Tad ejati tan, naijati tad dur, tad vantike, tad antar I asya sarvasya tad usarvyasya ba bayata. Isha Upanishad 5. That Parameshwara walks, and yet he does not walk. He is further than the furthest, yet he is also nearer than the nearest. He is within everything and at the same time outside of everything. This is how the qualities of the spiritual world are perfectly resolved, although they appear to contradict each other. We can't understand it. Don't try to understand it. It's completely astonishing if we just appreciate it deeply. This is the nature of the spiritual world. The only way we can appreciate it is to realize our utter insignificance and how small we are. If we think that we are something special and have some sort of high esteem for ourselves, then we're going to be giving ourselves credence for understanding these topics. But we can't understand these topics. We can't understand these topics, but we can hear them and we can get some picture and we can appreciate something to deepen our prayer, to deepen our worship towards Krishna, in the hope of receiving the kripa, the mercy of Krishna, to move to a more connected relationship with Krishna. It's all relationship exclusively with Krishna. Sa parayajak chakuram akyam avranam ashnavarim viram shudam apapa vidam kavir manisi paribu swayambhu yata atayato ritan vyadajak chashvatya samavya Isha Upanishad 8. That Paramatma is omnipresent and pure. He has no material form, and he has an eternal transcendental form full of knowledge and bliss. I explained before that sometimes Paramatma is mentioned in place of Sri Krishna. It's not specifically talking about the Supersoul as Paramatma. It's talking about here Paramatma as being that all-pervasive Brahm, that all-pervasive form of Krishna. But at the same time, it's saying here, he has no material form. So this is not Bhagavan of that we understand Brajendranandan Shyam Sundara. He has an eternal transcendental form full of knowledge and bliss. There's two distinctions here. This body has no veins or holes and is beyond all designation. He is the primeval sage and poet. Primeval means eternally existing. Sage and poet. He is omniscient and he appears by his own desire. This is what Krishna has. This is what Shaktiman has. This is like going back to the analogy of the sun planet. The sun planet has independent desire, and it's that independent desire that inspires Shakti to act. The Shakti acts according to the independent desire of Shaktiman. Try to catch that idea, that conception. And then we start to appreciate this, we can say, divine picture, you know. And he appears by his own desire. He is situated on the highest platform, and he controls everything. By his inconceivable potency, he maintains everything throughout eternity and engages all others to work according to their qualities. He engages everybody through the Swarup Shakti. We've already read, we've already concluded how the Sandhini Shakti is acting on the Jivas, how the Sangvit Shakti is acting on the Jivas, how the Hladini Shakti is acting on the Jiva. This is what's all described, what we've just been through. This is a very clear description of the way that Sakti-tattva, this chapter is titled Sakti-tattva. It's describing how these Shaktis manifest on the Jivas and in the world, right? This is what it's doing. We need to read this chapter many times, really, again and again. If it wakes up a curiosity about this, that's good. If we have the appreciation, I don't really understand it, that's good. That's good. That means we're being honest about it and we're trying to actually come to a deeper appreciation of the text. Brajanath, is there any description in the Vedas of Bhagavan who is completely independent, appearing in this material world of his own volition? You understand the question? Is it Bhagavan who's desiring himself to come into this world? And then Babaji is replying, yes, the Vedas mention it in several places. The Talavankara or Kena Upanishad relates a dialogue between Uma and Mahendra, Sri Shivji, which describes how once a fierce battle took place between the Devatas and the Asuras. On this occasion, the Asuras were heavily defeated and fled from the battlefield. The Devatas were victorious, although the victory was actually Bhagavan's alone, and the Devatas were only his instruments. However, out of pride and arrogance, the Devatas forgot this and began to boast of their strength and valor. At this point, Parabrahm, Bhagavan, who is the reservoir of mercy, appeared there in a wonderful form and inquired as to the cause of their pride. He then produced a straw and asked them to destroy it. The Devatas were amazed, for the Deva of fire could not burn it, nor could the Deva of wind lift it, despite exerting all their potency and prowess. The Devas were astounded to see Bhagavan's extraordinary beautiful form and wonderful power. Tasmai Turunam Nidadavedyati Tadu Papreya Sarva Javena Tana Shashaka Daghanuma Sa Tat Eva Nivarite Nais Tad Ashakam Vrignatum Yad Etat Yakshamiti. Kena Upanishad 3:6. That Yaksha, who was actually Bhagavan, put a straw in front of Agni Dev and said, let's see your strength. Can you burn this dry straw? Agni Dev went close to that straw and directed all his powers at it, but he could not burn it. Ashamed, he returned and said to the Devas, I cannot understand who this Yaksha is. So why is Bhaktivinoda Thakur showing this now? Because we can't understand what we've just read on the previous page about the contradictions within Krishna without Krishna's mercy. It's Krishna's mercy that we are hankering for to appreciate who is Krishna. He will give us the mercy to understand who he is. And the mercy for us will come through Mahaprabhu and through Rupa Goswami and through all our line to at least a little bit begin to appreciate who is this personality of Sri Krishna. The confidential purport of the Vedas is that Bhagavan is an inconceivable, beautiful person. Inconceivable, beautiful person. He appears by his own sweet desire and perform various pastimes in with the jivas. We've described many times this nature of inconceivable mentality or achintya bhav, like that of a child. Children don't have any of the abhiman or the identity of being someone special. Small children, they just are astonished by the world completely at every step. They haven't picked up all that idea of reputation, social behavior, etc. So they're able just to see very clearly and very beautifully with astonishment the world around them. But then it gradually gets eroded through their material education, etc. But that mood of astonishment, that should be cultivated within us. If we're in a very simple state of mind, we'll be astonished by the mercy that comes from our practices, from being with the Vaishnavas, from being with Guru, from chanting, from the Shastra. We'll be constantly astonished by the gifts that Shastra in particular is imparting to us and the realization that the Vaishnavas give us. Right now, there's a beautiful devotee, Avadut Maharaj, Bhaktivedanta Avadut Maharaj, on the other side of the river here. He's got cancer from his ear out. His whole face is all gouged away. He's taking not a drop of medicine. Maybe he's taking a bit of ivermectin only to increase his appetite. But he hasn't complained at all the whole time. And he's taking zero medication. And his mind is absolutely crystal clear, sharp as a tack. So the devotees, we can admire the qualities of this personality who gave his life for Srila Prabhupada in the very, very early days, went to Australia, did so many never stopped distributing. He even got a bent back because of carrying a book bag for so many years. These are great saintly personalities, and we can take great inspiration from these types of personalities, what they've done in their lives to offer their existence to their spiritual master, which is what he's done. And then later on, he came to our Gurudev and offered the same. So the devotees always take inspiration from the Vaishnavas in this way. Vrajanath, Bhagavan has been called an ocean of rasa. Is this described anywhere in the Vedas? Now, this chapter is now coming under the title of Rasabdim. Previously, in the Amnaya Shloka, Amnaya Praha Tattvam Iha Paramam Sarva Shaktim. We've dealt with Krishna being the Supreme Personality of Godhead in chapter 13. And now we've completely dived into Sarva Shaktim in all these pages in the 14th chapter. Now we're going to go to the next Prameya, the Rasabdim. Now this chapter has two divisions. There's two Prameyas going to be described. So now we're just going to enter into the Rasabdim, into the rasa aspect of the truth of Krishna. Babaji, it is clearly stated in the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7, Yad vai tat sukritam raso vaisa, rasam hi evadyam labdhavana anadi bhavati, ko hi evanyat ka pranayat, yad esha akash anodo na syat, esha hi evan nan dayati. Parabrahm, Paramatma, is the Sukrita Brahm, the very handsome, supreme spirit. His Swarup is unalloyed rasa, and when the jiva realizes this rasa Swarup, Parabrahm, he becomes full of ananda. Who would endeavor to live if that undivided reality were not the embodiment of ananda in the form of rasa? Paramatma alone gives bliss to all. Paramatma alone gives bliss to all. So this will be opened out and explained. Brajanath, if he is Rasa Swarup, why can't the materialist see or comprehend him? So if he's full of rasa, why can't the materialists see that? If he's so beautiful, why can't they also catch that spirit of beauty within the form of Krishna? Because they can't. Because we know when Krishna manifests as himself, like on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, how many people understood that that was Krishna, the embodiment of all rasa? Bhishma Dev understood something. Arjuna, of course, the Pandavas, the eternal associates, understood something. But for the rest, most didn't. So he's asking this question. Babaji, there are two types of conditioned jivas. Those who are turned away from Krishna, parak, and those who are facing Krishna, pratyak. Jivas in the parak state cannot see Krishna's beauty because they are opposed to him. They only see and think about material things. Jivas in the pratyak state are opposed to Maya and favorable to Krishna, so they can see Krishna's rasa swarup. It is said in the Katha Upanishad. So obviously, if you're opposed to Krishna, it's like if you don't like somebody, for example, you're not going to see their good qualities, are you? I think I ought to open this window a bit. It's getting hot. Is that going to be too loud? Be all right. Yes, if you have some problem with somebody, you're not going to be able to see their good qualities very easily. You're just going to try and dwell on the Mayic aspect of that person. Whereas if you have equipoised vision and you can see the good qualities, then they're going to find so many good qualities within that person. Depends how you look, right? So basically, it's saying like that in the paragraph. The parak and the pratyak. These aren't. Yeah, it's vimuk, turning away from Krishna. It's just another word. Paranshikani ritnat swayam bus. Tasmat paran pashyati nantaratmam. Kaschid dira pratyag atmanam aikshad. Avrita chakshur amritavam ichan. The self-born Parameshwara has made all the senses so that they tend towards external objects. Isn't this true? Our senses are just rushing to material objects through the windows of the mind. That is why the jiva normally perceives only external objects through his senses and is unable to see Bhagavan situated within his heart. Very simple, isn't it? If we look internally, but we're so busy creating our various agendas in the external world, we don't have time to actually reflect internally and see Sri Krishna residing within the heart. We tend to get scattered and move into the material realm too much, pushed by the pressure of society, etc., friends, to be a normal, rational, sensible person in a very unrational, unnormal world. We live in a world of fools and idiots, really and truly. I mean, why would you want to chop all the forests down on the planet? Why would you want to pollute the oceans? Why would you want to commit so many atrocities on the earth? They're either demonic or completely foolish to go along with it. So trying to shore up our reputation in connection with those, with society generally, is, there's an expression, I can't think of it, but trying to be normal in a completely unnormal world is basically the impression.
Oops. Krishnamurti.
Yeah. How are we doing for time? We've gone over our time already. So yes, that is why the jiva normally perceives only external objects through his senses and is unable to see Bhagavan situated within his heart. Only a grave and resolute person, Dhira, who desires liberation in the form of love for Krishna. There's a distinction. Liberation in the form of love for Krishna, not liberation from the material suffering. If you're liberated from the material suffering only, what will you be left with? Just Nirvishesh Brahm. We want to be liberated from this material world so that we can more successfully engage in Krishna's service. We want to be liberated from the attachment to our material senses seeking enjoyment here. That's what the only thing we want to be liberated from, which is within our grasp. If we disdain towards the material objects of indulgence materially, then we will be detached from this world completely. And then we can give our full attachment to serving the lotus feet of our Guru Vargya and Krishna. Only a grave and resolute person, Dhira, who desires liberation in the form of love of Krishna, can disengage his ears and other senses from external objects and see the Pratyag Atma, Sri Bhagavan. So we'll stop there today. So the next question that we'll just look at it, Brajanath. Who is the one who has been called the embodiment of rasa in the sloka Raso Vaisa? So this is going to get more into the Rasa-tattva aspect in the last portion of this chapter, which is extremely beautiful. So I think we'll finish this in the next few days before our Navadvip Parikrama begins. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Jaiva Dharma ki jai. Gaura Premanandi. Hari Hari Bol. We've just come now into the rasa section of this chapter. I described yesterday this chapter is broken into two. We have the Sakti-tattva is on one part. Now this is rasabdim, and this is what's going to be described now. What is the beauty and speciality of Krishna himself? That's the place we want to dwell, how to focus the consciousness in that place. So I think we're on page 320.
Yes.
Yes. I'll start from Brajanath, because we read that verse, I think. I'll read the translation of the verse again. Parabrahm Paramatma. Yes, and I was explaining yesterday, when it's saying Paramatma, It doesn't necessarily mean the localized Paramatma. It says Parabrahm. It's prefixed with the Parabrahm consideration. It's all of Brahm. Is the Sukrita Brahm, the very handsome Supreme Spirit. It's got this personal word in there, handsome. He's a person. He's the most handsome. He's the most attractive. Krishna means all attractive. Why can't I be more attracted to Krishna than I am to me?
Never know him.
Yes, but we can get to know him. That's our path of getting to know him. That means knowledge. That means vidya. And with that knowledge, we can come to this place of realized vidya. Handsome Supreme Spirit. His swarup is unalloyed rasa. That's amazing. His swarup is unalloyed rasa. That means it's the most pure, loving exchange is there within Krishna. All of those tastes are there within Krishna. And when the jiva realizes this rasa swarup parabrahm, he becomes full of ananda. That's so beautiful. When he realizes Krishna is that rasa swarup parabrahmam, he is that supreme personality. And when we have even a little glimpse of that, then the jiva becomes full of ananda to Krishna. This is the transcendental. This is not sharanagati. This is not battling with anarthas, etc. This is an appreciation of that supreme swarup, parabrahm, with all his rasa is there. This is what this is going to be discussing now. He becomes full of anand. Who would endeavor to live in that undivided reality were not who would endeavor to live if that undivided reality were not the embodiment of anand in the form of rasa? Yes, why would we go to that place? Initially, we were focusing on mukti. All of us were. Even now, still. Liberation from the suffering. Because we have our mind that talks and we have different levels of consciousness. We have what we actually say to each other and then what we're thinking behind. How would it be a world where everyone actually spoke the truth to each other? Everyone actually spoke their hearts to each other directly. Be very interesting, wouldn't it? Embodiment in the form of rasa. Paramatma alone gives bliss to all. That's the understanding Krishna within the heart will give bliss to all. Brajanath, if he is rasa swarup, why can't the materialist see him or comprehend him? We discussed this yesterday. Babaji, there are two types of conditioned jivas. Those who are turned away from Krishna, parak, and those who are facing Krishna, pratyak. Jivas in the parak state cannot see Krishna's beauty because they are opposed to him. They only see and think about material things. Jivas in the pratyak state are opposed to Maya and favorable to Krishna, so they can see Krishna's rasa swarup. It is said in Katha Upanishad,
प्राची खानी व्यत्रणात् स्वयंभूस तस्मात् प्राणं पश्यति नान्तरात्मना कश्चित् धीर प्रत्यग आत्मनाम् ऐक्षद आवृत चक्षुर अमृतवान इच्छान.
the self-born Parameshvara has made all the senses so that they tend towards external objects. That's why we must be self-controlled and not just allow the nature to run away with us to this attraction to material objects. That is why the jiva normally perceives only external objects through his senses and is unable to see Bhagavan situated within his heart. Yes, it's like our nature just to keep on looking outward, but actually the sensitive soul will reflect internally. Only a grave and resolute person, Dhira, who desires liberation in the form of love of Krishna, can disengage his ears and other senses from external objects and see the Pratyak Atma Sri Bhagavan. Yes, this grave, what does that mean? It means I'm not just being frivolously chatting all day long. Ha ha ha, he. Isn't it a wonderful world we live in? Let's all be joyful and happy. Let's forget about the pain. Let's just pretend that we're actually all material bodies. And yes, I can enjoy this pie, I can enjoy this drink, I can enjoy this, I can something for my senses to catch on and enjoy. Then I think I'm happy. Then I'm in never happy land, always happy land. That's completely always material land. That's the material conception of always wanting to be happy. But the sadhak, he's not going in that direction. He knows conclusively that there's no such thing as happiness for the soul in this material world at all. It doesn't exist. We've just said this world is full of envy. So that internal reflective place has to be developed consciously. And the most simple way to do it, we know, we already have it, is to take Harinam very seriously, to take it for as many hours as we're able to do a day. It will just cover this ignorance, this avidya, and reveal the vidya, and eventually give us this pure realization, this Raja Vidya Rajaguyam Pavitram Itamutamam Pratyakshavagam Dharmyam Susukam. What's that? Kartaham? Avya Sukaham. No, I got to get that. It's 9-2. Forgive me. Susukam Kartam Avyayam. Yes. It's saying Pavitram Itam Utamam Pratyakshavgamam Dharmayam. By direct perception, this can be perceived. This is a wonderful opportunity. We have this opportunity. We've got to take it and realize the limited time we have to take it also. It's not like we have yards and miles of time necessarily. You know, it has to be seriously. And this is what the holy name gives us. It gives us an intensity of purpose. We don't have that intensity of purpose if you're not chanting much. I can always tell when someone doesn't chant very much. They just got so much time for rubbish, for sort of like any old conversation. Anything. Let's talk about anything to be distracted from the horror of, you know, what's really going on inside. Okay. Rajanath. Who is the one who has been called the embodiment of rasa in the sloka? Raso Vaisa. Now Rajanath wants to know, what is the object? Babaji, it is said in the Gopal Tapani Upanishad, Purvakand 12:13.
गोपवेशम आब्रभम तरुणम कल्पद्रुमाश्रितम सत्पुंडरिकम नयनम मेघाभम वैद्युतांबरम द्विभुजम मौनम मुद्राधयम वनमालिनम ईश्वरम.
His dress is like that of a cowherd boy. His eyes are like a fully blossomed white lotus. You ever seen a fully blossomed white lotus? They're so beautiful. It comes from a point, opens out, and then it goes to a point. All of the spiritual personalities, they all have eyes like lotuses. Even many of the 6 Goswamis, when you see the paintings, sometimes they're done. Like Jiva Goswami has the most beautiful lotus eyes. Rupa Goswami, the same. These lotus are like eyes. The hue of his body is blackish blue, like a monsoon cloud, like monsoon clouds. We see here in Navadvip in particular during the rainy season, the sky gets so black. I've never seen it so black in my life. And you see amongst that black, there's a bluish tinge to it. And this is the color of Krishna. And it's extraordinary. So if our consciousnesses are working in that direction, then we're leaving all material conception behind. There's no need for anything else except to dwell on the beautiful form of the Lord in a pure way, according to Shastra. He wears an effulgent yellow cloth that is as brilliant as lightning. His form is two-handed. This is the most attractive of Krishna's forms. Arjuna was seeing the four-armed form after the universal form. And then finally Krishna shows him his two-armed form. But this is more comfortable to see the two-armed form. The two-armed form is actually the most attractive, not the thousand-armed form of the universal form. This will make the heart tremble in fear of the overwhelming Aishwarya, opulence of the Lord. It will just put, like into Arjuna, it just put fear into him. He says, my mind has become bewildered, I'm trembling. I can't tolerate the effulgence of this form. And then Krishna comes back to this beautiful, sweet, two-armed form. His form is two-handed, and he is situated in Gyan Mudra, the pose indicating divine knowledge. His neck is beautified with a garland of forest flowers that reaches to his feet. That Gyan Mudra is like that, right? Yes, sitting like that, like a yogi. His neck is beautiful with a garland of forest flowers that reaches to his feet, and he is standing beneath a divine kalpavriksha. That Sri Krishna is the Lord of all. Beautiful quote from Shastra. This is the object of our devotion. This is what Brajanath wanted to know. Where is it confirmed in the Vedas of the nature of this raso vaisa, this embodiment of ras? And this is the answer. Brajanath, now I understand that Sri Krishna, in his Nitya Siddha Swarup, within the spiritual world, is all-powerful, the embodiment Swarup of rasa, and the abode Ashraya Swarup of all rasa. He cannot be attracted by Brahmagyan. If one practices the eightfold system of yoga, he can only realize his partial manifestation as Paramatma. We discussed this. Only his partial manifestation as Paramatma. That's not where we're going. Nirvishesh Brahm is but the bodily luster of Sri Krishna, who is full of eternal spiritual qualities and is the worshipable Lord of all worlds. However, we can find no means to attain him because he is beyond the jurisdiction of our thinking power. That's wonderful. We don't have to crack our brains trying to connect with Krishna. We simply have to render devotional service, offer a leaf, a flower, some water, with complete sincerity to that Lord that we've just described. However, we can find no means to attain him. He is beyond the jurisdiction of our thinking power. Moreover, what means do human beings have apart from their faculty of contemplation? That means the mind. We only have the mind. Whether one is a Brahmin or an untouchable, he does not have any means other than his mind. Therefore, it is very difficult to attain Sri Krishna's mercy. So whether you're a Brahmin, whether you're a Kshatriya, whether you're a Sudra, whether you're a Vaishya, whether you're an Antyaja, whatever you are, you've still got a mind in whatever condition. And within the mind, you have the propensity to love. This is the point. And that propensity to love, once we appreciate the object of our meditation, we appreciate the object. And this is what Shastra is giving us conclusively. It's Krishna, 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 Krishna. And who is Krishna? What does Krishna look like? And to just cut the sort of spinning around in our own minds, but actually look to the object of Krishna, the beautiful personality of Krishna, and recognize my eternal service to that person. Pray to have recognition of my eternal service to that person. What is my eternal service to Krishna? Pray to have that realization. It is said in the Katha Upanishad,
Tam atma tam e upashyanti dhiras tesham shanti shashvati netaresham.
only the wise man who sees Paramatma within himself can achieve eternal peace. No one else can. Brajanath, one may be able to attain eternal peace by constantly seeing him within oneself, but what is the process by which one can see him? But what is the process by which one can see him? It is difficult to understand this, right? There are so many processes that are described. What is the process to see him? It is said in the Kutta Upanishad
नायम
1:2-23.
नायम आत्मा प्रवचनेन लभ्यो न मेद्य न बहुना श्रुतेन यम एवस्य वृणुते तेन तस्यैस्त आत्मा विवृणुते तनुम स्वाम.
One cannot attain Parabrahm Paramatma by lecturing, by intellect, or by the study of various shastras. He only reveals his transcendental form by his own mercy to one who he himself accepts. We have to petition Krishna. We have to beseech Krishna in our selfless service to Krishna, performing various sevas to Krishna, begging for his kripa, for his mercy, day by day by day, and taking this Harinam to focus our consciousness on that. Hare Krishna, Radha and Krishna. This is Radha and Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Then Radha and Krishna become separated. This will create the greed to be together again. Because without that enthusiastic greed, then there can be no rag. There must be that greed. So in the Mahamantra, it's showing meeting and separation, that creation of the greed, which is the quality to nourish the relationship. It is said in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14-29.
अतापि ते देव पदाम्बुजद्वया प्रसाद लेसानुकृत एव हि जानाति तत्त्वं भगवन् महिम्नो नाचान्य एकोऽपि चरं विचिन्वान्.
O Lord, one who attains even a little of your mercy, of your two lotus feet, can comprehend the essence of your transcendental glories. Others cannot realize the essential truth of yourself, even though they may keep searching for you for many years through Gyan and Vairagya. The essence is the lotus feet ultimately of Guru. Guru is the one who's going to give us that directly, because Guru is tangible. Guru is there. We know Guru. We can meet Guru. And Guru can very easily, even if Guru has departed, he can come into your heart and he can direct you. Guru is our connection with Krishna. Without the Guru principle, then nothing can transpire at all. My son, my Prabhu is very munificent. His Prabhu is Mahaprabhu. My Prabhu is very munificent. That Sri Krishna, who is the soul of all souls, cannot be attained by reading or hearing various shastras or by arguments and discussions, nor can he be attained through sharp intelligence or by accepting several gurus. We see quite a common activity. We have the Facebook, and sometimes there's discussions, and sometimes there's debates, as if that by being victorious in the debate, I'm going to be victorious in perceiving something deeper about Krishna. In other words, my own intellect, if I can defeat my opposition, then I will see something more about. Will that inspire Krishna to give us mercy? Really? It won't. How can it? Krishna's mercy is given in the. Let me just tell you a personal example. I can remember making that narration of the Jaiva Dharma and giving it to my Gurudev, and he just looked at it and put it on the side. Not interested. I spent weeks and weeks and weeks getting that together, and it was just like almost like nothing. What is this, And then another day I was in a drama in Badger, very small part. I played Ramanuja. Anyway, I just remember it. And my Gurudev praised it so much for so many days, as if I'd done something really wonderful. And I was thinking that was such an insignificant thing, but somehow or other that had pleased my Guru. And even doing other things that we think might be very, worthwhile, but they're not particularly appealing to Guru. So we have to get to know Guru and get to know what will please him and what will incur the mercy of Krishna by pleasing him. If we manage to please Guru in some way, and it can be the most insignificant way, My Gurudev used to say regularly, I can remember when new people would come, he would ask sometimes, are they attracted to me? Do they like me? The principal thing was, do they like him? Not are they so smart to understand all the teachings that he's given, but do they actually have an affinity with him? Do they have some type of affection, attraction to him? That was the principal consideration. On the back of that, my Gurudev could give them everything. If they were genuine, just like some of the children, some of the teenagers, etc., were so attracted to my Gurudev. My Gurudev could give so much to them because they had that innate attraction to him, that genuine attraction. Then he could give like that. But someone who was very like knowledgeable or something and knew all the verse, not necessarily getting the creeper, not necessarily. I can remember many times going on a kirtan with Gurudev, and there would be lots of people hovering around where he was in the kirtan. And my Gurudev would stop the kirtan and walk right to the very back of the kirtan party and start talking to someone right at the very back who was probably having a very difficult time keeping up with the prikrama. And he would have an exchange with that person. You know, it's not always the person in the very front who is actually going to get Guru's mercy necessarily. Not necessarily. Just an interesting perspective I'm sharing. Nor can he be attained through sharp intelligence or by accepting several gurus. Yes, I don't like this guru, so I look for that one. I'll have a little bit of this one, and then I'll advance more from this one, and then I'll go to that. And I'm not developing relationship with any of them, because it's on the point of relationship that something is going to transpire. We have this now. My Gurudev has been in this world, and he's left. And many of his followers are going to different sort of personalities, you know, and getting something from this personality, and then something from this personality, and something from this personality, without spending significant time cultivating the gifts that my Gurudev has already given. For example, in my case, my Gurudev, he's given us Vilap Kusumanjali. You can read Vilap Kusumanjali 1,000 times. You can read this Jaiva Dharma 1,000 times. This is empowered by my Gurudev. My Gurudev has sanctioned this edition. This is his edition. His Shishyas put this edition together. It's coming from him. So if we take the gifts that he's given, the gifts of Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, which is completely in sync, in line, then I'm absolutely confident that a most wonderful result will manifest as a result of that. But if we go this Babaji, this guru, this guru, this guru, so many different personalities are coming. People are sending me all different. Oh, have you heard this person speak? Have you heard this person speak? Again and again, maybe they're very fluent in Shastra, but do I have relationship with them? What sort of relationship do I have with this person who can speak so eloquently? Am I looking for knowledge? Is that where I want to find someone who's a real jnani, really full of knowledge, and only he will give me what I'm seeking? It's relationship that we're seeking. When the Sangvit Shakti mixes with the Hladini Shakti, that essence of bliss.
Is it not right though to seek?
Sorry?
Is it not right though to seek further siksha if you are not disrespectful to your guru?
Yes, you take shiksha, but always if that shiksha is repeating exactly the same mood and message as your guru.
As I said, not being disrespectful. As long as it is respectful.
Not just respectful, if he's got the same mood,
right.
If he's come through the same school, basically. But if he's spent his life in Radhakund and he's giving some sort of different teaching, not different teaching, but the same scriptures that they're reading from, but he's come through a whole different experience. It's not the same mood. You have to be very sensitive to Guru's mood and to know his mood. And if someone is supportive of that, then surely we can take so much shiksha in that direction. But the real relationship is going to happen with Guru, with your original, the Guru that you. That's why it's very important when we are present with Guru to make a good relationship. Because when that Guru leaves, if I haven't already made a good relationship, it's not going to be so easy just to carry an imagined relationship through. And how does relationship come? Through service to Guru. If we do service to Guru, my Guru, for example, has given so much opportunity for service in his books, in his artwork, in his arranging parikramas, etc. There's so much opportunity there. And my Gurudev will be aware, oh, he's serving my mood by doing this. We have to know what is the mood. But certainly, of course, there can be many other personalities who we can get support from. But the actual development of that relationship fundamentally will be with one's principal guru. That can be Diksha or Shiksha. But it's the principle, like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, his Shiksha guru was Jagannath Das Babaji. But this was actually his principal guru, ultimately, not with Bipin Bihari. That was his Diksha guru, but his principal guru that he was focusing on was Jagannath Das Babaji. Because he had relationship there, had profound relationship there. And that guru was completely in line with all our Guru Vargya, completely. Coming from Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, etc. All. Only one who accepts him as my Krishna, that's interesting, can attain him. My Krishna, Mamata. This is my Krishna. What is the... Radharani has this mood of Mamata. Chandravali has the mood of Tadatmika. I am yours. I am yours. But there's a huge distinction between you are mine. That's a real loving mood. Can attain him. He will only manifest his transcendental Satchidananda form to such a bhakta. When we analyze the Abhidheya Tattva, you will be able to understand these truths easily. Yes, we may not understand these things now, but at least we should take direction from what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying. Rajanath, are the names of Krishna's abodes written anywhere in the Vedas? Babaji, yes, names such as Paravyoma, Brahma Gopal Puri, Gokul are found in several places in the Vedas. For example, the Svetashvarta Upanishad says,
चोक्षरे परमे व्योमां यस्मिन् देवा अधिवेश निषेधुः यस्तन्न वेद किं रचा करिष्यति यत् इतत् विदुस्त इमे समास्ते.
one must know that infallible Akshara Brahm, who resides in the abode called Paravyoma. He is the object, he is the subject matter of the mantras of the Rig Veda, and all the devatas take shelter of him. One who does not know that Parama Purush cannot fulfill any purpose through the Vedas. If you don't know him, how do you get to know him? You get to know him by understanding the Shastra, you get to know him by his mercy. We've just heard. He's just been saying that only by his mercy can one know him, one know him as he is. However, one becomes blessed who realizes that Paramatma, in accordance with Tattva. Must be very careful for this. It is said in the Mundaka Upanishad 227,
दिव्ये ब्रह्मपुरे हि येष्व व्योन्मि आत्मा प्रतिष्ठितः.
that Paramatma eternally resides in the transcendental Brahmapur in the form of Paravyoma. It is said in the Purush Bodhini Shruti,
गोकुलाख्य मथुरा मंडले द्वे पार्श्वे चंद्रावली राधिका च.
in the area of Mathura called Gokul, Srimati Radhika is situated on one side of Bhagavan and Chandravali on the other. Very beautiful. It is stated in Gopal Tapani Upanishad,
तासां मध्ये साक्षात् ब्रह्म गोपाल पुरीः.
Radha and Chandravali are ultimately sisters, actually. And Krishna has attraction to Chandravali, and that attraction is going to increase Radhika's attraction for Krishna. The whole dynamic of these personalities, Chandravali and Radhika, is to inspire Krishna and to please Krishna. So Chandravali pleases Krishna, but Krishna's heart is fully with Sri Radhika. Nevertheless, Chandravali is there to inspire Radhika more to her dedicated service of Krishna. If there was no competition, so to speak, then Radhika might become less enthusiastic. But because Radhika is there, because Chandravali is there, then Radhika is able to express so much deep attraction through her exhibitions of man. For example, one time the gopis, they were just playfully, they were giving Krishna an abhishek in Radha Kund. I've said this pastime before. They were giving Krishna an abhishek, and the water was glistening on Krishna's beautiful, expansive chest. And suddenly Radhika, she sees her own reflection on the chest of Krishna, and she thinks it's Chandravali, because Chandravali tried to hijack Krishna before he came to Radhakund that day. And that was playing in Radhika's mind. And she thinks that this reflection that she's seeing on Krishna's chest is Krishna's embracing another woman in front of me. She becomes so disturbed and storms into a kunj, and all the Sakis run in. Why are you like this? You know, Priya, why are you going into such high man? Krishna hasn't done anything. And she, didn't you see that woman was that was your reflection. She doesn't believe it. Vrinda Devi goes in, tries to pacify. Purnamasi Devi even goes in. Nobody can pacify her man. What is Krishna thinking now? How am I going to become more attracted to Radhika? It pulls out that attraction from Krishna to Radhika by his service to Radhika. He has to serve her to break through that man. So Krishna, he approaches the kunj. They won't let him in. He can't go in. Radhika is adamant. So what does Krishna do? He finds a jaru, a broom, and he begins to sweep Radha Kund. He's thinking, this Radha Kund is non-different to my Radhika. And he starts to clean Radha Kund. And then the Sakis, they tell Radhika, oh Krishna, he's cleaning your Kund. He's seeing it as non-different from you. And then Radhika, her heart begins to melt. She sees the depth of his attraction for her. This is what Radhika wants to perceive. This is what Krishna wants to demonstrate also. This is heightening the relationship between them. All of these acts. This is what, so Chandravali has to be there to heighten the attraction between Radha and Krishna. Because there's a place further down, I think it's in the 31st or 32nd chapter, and Rajanath is asking, does anybody want to be in Chandravali's camp in the spiritual world? And Babaji explains, no. Chandravali's camp is only there for the set purpose to inspire man within Radhika. If Radhika's man was not inspired, the whole conception of these incredible exhibitions of man wouldn't be there. Because when Radhika is in man, this is such a powerful impetus for Krishna to serve Radhika. If that wasn't there, how could that service be there from Krishna's side? It's a long story. It's beautiful. Yes, you've just read this verse. Down here. Yes, down the bottom. Brahma Gopal Puri is situated in the middle of the group of transcendental abodes. Just as a point here that we've often mentioned, is that sometimes we talk about the Mathura Mandal, and we know that the dimension of Mathura itself is not directly Gokul. It's not directly, or Goloka. It's a separate Prakosht. But when you look at the geographical map, it's right in the center. So my Gurudev was asked this question, and he explained that it's like when you look at all the stars at night, sometimes you see a cluster of stars looking as if they're all together. But if you had a high-powered telescope, you would see that some of those stars are very, very close. And some of those stars in the same cluster are billions of miles back. So it's like that. the star of Mathura is billions of miles back from the planets of Gokul and Goloka. You understand? So Mathura is situated in the center there, but still it's in a different prakosht because there's Aishwarya there, and in Dwarka also. Brajanath, why do the tantric brahmanas call Shiva's potency Durga? So we'll go into that tomorrow. That's a very fascinating topic. These are all fascinating topics. I'm just trying to present them as best as my knowledge allows. But these are all fascinating topics to read again and again and again and again. And newer and fresher. I think by the example of our reading this Falshruti every day, how it seems that fresher and newer appreciations are manifesting. And in this Jaiva Dharma, I did this same chapter, how long? 12 months ago? 8 months ago? But if we look back at what I spoke about 8 months ago, it's going to be quite different to what I'm speaking now. I feel like I don't know these topics anymore. Before I felt I was more familiar with the topics, but now it seems more like I'm looking up at the topics in a fresher way. So this whole Jaiva Dharma is like that. Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai. So now we come to page 324. And we've been reading very beautifully about the reality of Krishna. It's saying Paramatma Brahm, but this means the Supreme Lord. And we've been describing about the area of Mathura is called Gokul. And the last thing I was explaining yesterday was about how the dynamic of Mathura appears to be in the mandal of Madhurya Ras in Vrindavan. Remember the example I gave of the cluster of stars? And some of the stars are very close and some are billions of miles back. So this Madhurya Ras is very close, but Mathura is very far away. So I gave that example yesterday. But we were discussing principally the aspect of Shakti. This is what this whole chapter has been opening out. And if you got a copy, I encouraged you all to print out the map with all the different Shaktis on it, with the Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, Maya Shakti, and seeing their influence by the Sandhini, Sangvit, and Hladini Shakti. So important to get this as a foundation, as a platform, because many times these considerations will come in to that topic that we're thinking about or contemplating. How is the Sangvit Shakti acting in this way? How is the Chit Shakti acting in this way? And it's one that we're given this knowledge, we should grab it to the best of our capacity and again be refreshing it. So this is very valuable map. So today the question is from Brajanath, why do the Tantrika Brahmanas call Shiva's potency Durga? Okay, we're diving into it. Babaji, the deluding potency, Maya Shakti, is called Shiva Shakti. This Maya has 3 modes. So this bewildering potency is manifesting by the consort of Shivji. She is the one who we see her depicted with a trident, etc. And she's the one manifesting the 3 modes of material nature, which influence everything material. So we have the original Shakti, which is Radhika, manifesting as Yogamaya in the spiritual world. Then the shadow of that Yogamaya, Mahamaya, acts in this world to prick the jivas who are trying to enjoy Maya separately. So the deluding potency, Maya Shakti, is called Shiva Shakti. This Maya Shakti has 3 modes, namely Sattva, Raja, and Tama. Brahmanas in the Sattvic mode worship Maya in a pure way as the form that embodies Sattva Gun. Brahmanas in the Rajasic mode worship Maya in the form that embodies the Rajagun, and Brahmanas in the tamasic mode worship Maya as the presiding deity of darkness, Tamagun, taking ignorance to be knowledge. So do you remember we discussed this last year, and you'd never considered that Brahmanas would be in Tamagun. Basically, that
Still confuses me.
yes, it would. Why? It's clear. There are Brahmins in 3 different influences. Not all Brahmins are the same.
Yeah.
Not all school teachers are the same.
Yeah.
Some school teachers will be teaching in a mode of goodness, others more rajasic, and others tamasic. They're all teachers.
Yeah.
So they're all Brahmanas in one sense, but they have different modes according to their guna and karma. They will have different influences from their birth, etc. Some Brahmanas will work in the field, like farmers, like more in the mode of tamagun. Others will, I've met Brahmanas here in India, and they work in liquor shops. What do you call that? They still got their Brahman tag on them, And then there's actual Brahmanas the traditional Brahmana, who's a priest and a teaching. But not all are like that. You just have to accept the diversity of that. And it's saying very clearly here that some are sattvic. So what is the confusion? Some are sattvic, some are rajasic, and some are tamasic. In fact, Maya Shakti is only a name for the transformation, vikar. Vikar is a good word to appreciate. It's transformation, vikar, of Bhagavan's Parashakti. It's still the Parashakti. It's still referencing this chart. This chart represents all the Parashakti. Have you seen this chart? Yes. So this chart, it maps out the different Shaktis, and collectively it's called the Parashakti. Para, with the long A, means feminine. Actually, that gives it a feminine appreciation, which is ultimately Swarup Shakti, who's ultimately Shri Radhika. It's like the heat coming from the sun globe. This is all the energy that's coming from the source of Shaktiman. Maya Shakti is only a name for the transformation vikar of Bhagavan's Parashakti in the form of its shadow, Chaya. It is not a separate, independent Shakti. Important. Maya Shakti is not independent. She's the shadow of Yogamaya, just like this world is a reflection of that spiritual reality. It's not the ultimate reality because it's going to be dissolved completely. It's temporary. This world is illusory and it's temporary. It's not eternal. Therefore, it's simply a reflection within the darkness. Yeyata, what's that verse? At Priyata Yatam Yidal. There's a verse, beautiful verse, the 3rd verse of the Chatushloki. Yatam, I'll think of it. But it's describing that this is, I'll just read it to you actually. Yat Pratiyaha Tatmani. I just forget it. This verse is a very special verse actually. Yes, where is it? Excuse me. Just a minute. I'll get to it. I'll share it with you afterwards. But this is a verse from the Chatushloki, and it's saying that anything that is not connection to Krishna is just a part of ignorance. In this, actually, I will get the verse. I have to find it. Yata Mahanti Bhutani Yata Mahanti Bhutani 203. 203. Shastra supports everything. 203. Rite ritam yat pratiyata na pratiyata katmani. This was the verse I was trying to remember. Tad vidyat atmano mayam yato basa yato namaha. This is the 3rd of the Chatushloki verses in the 9th canto, in the 9th chapter, 2nd canto. It's saying the supreme absolute truth, Paramatattva or Swarup Tattva, is the only real truth. One should understand that which is seen to be separate from this truth, or not existing within it, not existing within that truth, to be the product of the supreme absolute truth's deluding potency, Maya. The following example demonstrates this. Paramatma Tattva can be compared to the sun, which is an object consisting of light. The sun is experienced in two other forms, namely its reflection and darkness. Right? The sun is experienced in reflection and darkness. Similarly, in regards to the absolute truth, reflection pertains to the living entities, Jiva Shakti, and the darkness of the material creation, Maya Shakti. And if you take the trouble to read the commentary by Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, it's about 5-6 pages long on this verse, it'll really be illuminating. It's very powerful. We'll post it afterwards.
Maharaj,
What?
at the start, the deluding potency Maya Shakti is called Shiva Shakti. Yet the deluded Maya is the energy, it's the feminine, and Shiva is the energetic.
No, Shiva's not the energetic. This is his wife. Shiva.
Yeah, but it says Shiva, not Durga.
Maya Shakti is called Shiv Shakti. If it's called Shiv Shakti is a terminology for Durga Ma.
Yeah.
In this one.
Okay.
It's his wife.
Okay.
The Shakti of Shiva is Durga Ma.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's just Shiva.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Whew. It is not a separate independent Shakti. Maya is the sole cause of the Jiva's bondage and liberation. Both. It's like the mind can be our best friend and our worst enemy at the same time. Our best friend, if it's in the soul's interest, it'll be our best friend. If it's cultivating a relationship with the soul, it's the best friend. But if it's doing something separate from that, it's the worst enemy, if it's walking the other way. So in both cases. So bondage and liberation are the workings of Maya. She can give both. When the Jiva becomes opposed to Krishna, Maya punishes him by throwing him into worldly bondage. Although we say it's Maya, but at the same time it's the Jiva's desire. The Jiva desires to be bound. He has material desires. If you have material desires, you've got to be bound to the material world to fulfill them. You've got to be believing that I am this dull body. Understand? It's so simple, really. However, when the Jiva becomes favorable to Krishna, the same Maya manifests the sattvic quality and gives him knowledge of Krishna. She then liberates him from worldly bondage and makes him qualified to attain love of Krishna. So she helps him in the form of Yogamaya at that point. Consequently, the jivas bound by the modes of Maya cannot see the pure form of Maya. They don't understand this illusion, otherwise it wouldn't be illusion, would it? If you understood it was illusion, then it's not illusion. Once you understand you're in illusion, then you can perceive Maya. But if you don't know that you're an illusion, then you don't perceive Maya, right? It's like I've said before, a madman. If a madman knows he's mad, then he's not really mad. But if he doesn't know he's mad, then he's really cuckoo, isn't he? She then liberates him from worldly bondage and makes him qualified to attain love of Krishna. Consequently, the jivas bound by the modes of Maya cannot see the pure form of Maya, that is, the Swarup Shakti of Bhagavan. Again, we're coming back to the principle of Swarup Shakti. Everything is manifesting from Swarup Shakti. And Swarup Shakti is who? Sri Radharani. The jiva in the state of illusion can only realize these advanced philosophical truths by good fortune. Well, all of our fortune has turned good because somehow or other we had the intelligence to appreciate these truths when they were presented to us. We accepted them as truth, as opposed to the illusion of the material dialogue that they're shouting at us. Work hard, make money, be in the material world, etc. That's the loud voice of humanity today, isn't it? Get a job, straighten yourself out. What are you doing walking around with a bald head, Just work hard and be happy like me. Get married, have 20 kids, then you'll be happy, right? That's the loud voice of material society. But we understand we've had the intelligence to appreciate the illusion of the world. And now we're walking upstream from the loud voice of the material world around us. And we have to be strong. We need association. We need to cultivate the method to keep doing that all the time. Don't drop down. The jiva in the state of illusion can only realize these advanced philosophical truths by good fortune and by the power of sukriti. This power of sukriti is really essential to appreciate. Unless we have sukriti, this is a long journey, Prabhus. This is a long journey. We're used to fast food, fast this, fast that. The minds are going fast. We're used to having things like we want instant everything. But the whole arrangement for us to be sitting here now today, hearing these truths, has been a long process. Brahman Branite Konya Bhagavan Jiva. What's it? Guru Krishna Prasad Hoy, Bhakti Lata Bij. This Brahman Konya Bhagavan, we've been around in these Brahmans, circling around for unlimited births. And somehow we had the fortune, because of our sukriti. Su means auspicious. What does kriti mean? It means to do. It's activity. Our previous good activities. And they might have been material activities, but somehow or other they've been accepted. Material activities perhaps will bring us to the mode of goodness, to sattva gun, where the mind becomes a little clear of the fog, of the psyops, of the hypnosis that we've gone through, we've undergone. The whole world is under this blanket of illusion. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada used to talk about it all the time. There are so many references in Prabhupada's books to the illusion of this material world. And it's striking. All the governments, all the main industrial complexes, they're all bound by demoniac influences. They're all creating this world of Kali Yuga where we live, which is filled with restlessness, wars, famine, shocking things. And all of this is helping the devotees come to a point of rejecting the material option, so to speak, and putting their whole heart into the spiritual option, which we're given very clearly. Without all that pushing, like if we were in Satya Yuga, what would be the pressure to actually take up a more significant form of meditation? The pressure wouldn't be there. Everything's so wonderful. And all the way through the yugas, as we described yesterday or the day before, when we look at that link through the different Satya, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali. And because of all these negative influences and these electronics, etc., this is pushing the jiva to take more significant, serious, because we know it's a reality. We're not just pussyfooting around with some sort of game here. It's a really serious opportunity that we can actually get that highest opportunity in billions and billions of years. We have a chance. We mustn't miss it. Otherwise, being bewildered by Maya and entangled in false conclusions, these false conclusions we get tangled in, he remains bereft of real knowledge. It's tragic. It's tragic where I've been and where others are still situated. Brajanath, in Gokul Upasana, Durga Devi has been counted among Sri Hari's associates. Who is this Durga of Gokul? Babaji. Durga of Gokul is none other than Yogamaya. We know the younger sister of Brajendranandan Shyam Sundar, called Ekanamsi, when she was transferred from the womb of Yashodama and carried across to the dungeon of Kamsa. Actually, it's Yogamaya, but on being picked up by the hand of Kamsa to be smashed on the rock, when she appears then as Durgamaya, because this was the Ishtadev of Kamsa. Kamsa could recognize that goddess. He wouldn't have recognized Yogamaya. It wouldn't have had any, actually he wasn't qualified to see Yogamaya. He was only qualified to see Durga Ma. So that's a transformation. That child born to Yashodama is called Ekananksi, and that's Yogamaya and Mahamaya combined. But then when she comes back to Mathura, when she's brought back by Vasudeva across the Jamuna into the dungeon of Kamsa, then she manifests as Durgama. And Kamsa, he honors her greatly and actually releases Vasudeva and Devaki from their shackles, because Durgama is his Ishtadev, or the wife of his Ishtadev. Actually, his Ishtadev is Shivji. None other than Yogamaya. She is situated as the seed of transformation of Chit Shakti. So we look at the map and we see Chit Shakti, and it's saying how Swarup Shakti manifests in Braj and Swarup Shakti manifests in Jiva Tattva, etc. But this is all manifesting from the Chit Shakti. It's the Chit Shakti, this Antaranga Shakti that we're discussing. And then Jiva Shakti, Maya Shakti, they come afterwards. So Swarup Shakti is Chit Shakti. So we need to come familiar with these Shaktis. She is situated as the seed of transformation in Chit Shakti. So all that transformation that goes on. So when she is present in the spiritual world, she considers herself to be non-different from the Swarup Shakti. The material Maya is only a transformation of that Yoga Maya. Durga, situated in the material world, is an attendant maidservant of that Durga, of the Swarup Shakti in the spiritual world. Very clear, right? The Durga of the Swarup Shakti is Leela Poshana Shakti, the potency that nourishes Krishna's pastimes. This is Purnamasi Devi, ultimately, and the Yoga Maya that's nourishing the Braj Leela. The gopis, who have taken complete shelter of the Parakya Bhav, the Paramore mood, bestowed by Yogamaya, nourish Krishna's Rasa Vilas in the spiritual world. So it's Yogamaya who knows that this Parakya Ras is going to be more pleasing to Krishna. It's not that Krishna decides, oh yes, I want to have Parakya Ras with the gopis. All of this arrangement is by Yogamaya, who is ultimately Swarup Shakti, who is ultimately Shri Radhika. Radhika, in the form of Yogamaya, is making the arrangement for Krishna to have extramarital relationships with all the gopis, not a marital, not a Swakiya relationship in Vrindavan, because she knows that's going to please him the most. Do you remember the story always at Pilipuka, when Sri Radhika, she was cooking in Mother Yashoda's kitchen, and Mother Yashoda, she puts haldi, turmeric, on her hands, and Radharani becomes very embarrassed. Oh my, what have you done? This means I'm engaged. I'm not engaged yet. I'm just a young girl, not married yet, you know. And she becomes embarrassed and shy because Mother Yashoda is always wanting Sri Radhika to be her daughter-in-law. So just out of loving affection, momentarily, she put the turmeric on her hands. And then Radharani becomes very shy and embarrassed. She gets dressed and she goes back to Varshana. And on the way back, she's looking at how will I get this off. So as she approaches Varshana, there's a kund, a pool, a lake. And she starts to wash all the haldi, turmeric, off her hands. And little children are seeing, what is she doing? Oh, look, she's turned the whole lake yellow. And the whole lake has become yellow. And if you go there today, it's called Pili Puka. Pili means yellow in Hindi. Pili Puka, the whole lake is yellow. And all the children, they run back into Varshana and they say, Radharani must have got engagement offer because she was rubbing off the turmeric on her. And they all start talking about it. And the word gets to Prishamana Maharaj and Kirtida, and they think, oh, this is wonderful. This is what, because they only want that also. So they prepare a huge basket of jewels and saris and nice ornaments and so on, and send it across to Nandagaon to acknowledge the acceptance of this proposal that is spinning around everybody. And then Nanda Baba and Yashoda, they receive, and they think, oh, Vrishabhana Maharaj, he must be confirming that idea. This is wonderful. This is all we want. They don't need much more than that, an excuse for Radha and Krishna to be married. And then Nanda Baba, he takes a beautiful gold locket off his neck, puts it in a basket and sends it to Vrishabhana Maharaj as a confirmation. Yes, we're on. It'll be marriage between Radha and Krishna. And then the whole village of Varshana is talking about it. And Purnamasi, she comes into the village. What's happening? What's happening? Why is everyone, what are they saying? Everyone's so excited. Haven't you heard? Haven't you heard? Radha and Krishna are going to be married. What? Purnamasi says, wow, that's wonderful. That's Purnamasi's Yogamaya. Yogamaya. Quickly, let's do their chart. We must do that. She sits in the dust. She draws the houses. First house, best relationship possible. Could not get a more compatible couple. Second, third, fourth, fifth. All the Brijbasis are crowding around her there, going ecstatic with every house. She comes to the 12th house, last house, and she goes really silent, really grave. And they, what do you see? What do you see? She doesn't want to say, doesn't want to. And then finally she says, it's saying here that even though these two are the most compatible couple in the universe, if they marry, one of them must die. One of them must die. Oh, that's like a death knell for all of them. Because they realize all of a sudden Radha and Krishna are not going to get married. Because Purnamasi has declared that one of them will die. Purnamasi is the most respected. She's the Mahant of the village. She's the old lady who lives beside the Jamuna in a little leaf cottage. And everyone knows that she's so powerful and potent. They know her potency from many instances. One time Jatila ran to her with a flute. Look, I found evidence. The flute was in our courtyard. Yogamaya says, what are you talking about? It's raining flutes last night. Jatila, she looks around, she sees flutes everywhere. So she just throws the flute away. Purnamasi grabs it, gives it back to Krishna. So like this, Purnamasi, Yogamaya is working. It was Yogamaya who made the arrangement for ultimately, because then the Brijbasis requested, well, who's Radharani going to marry? And she says, oh, that person on the outskirts, that Abhimanyu, Jyotila's son. What, her? The most envious person in all Braj? Going to marry her? You know, no one was friendly really with Jatila. But that was perfect for the inspiration for the relationship between Radha and Krishna. Because she was such a cranky old lady, always finding fault and everything. And this was perfect, what do you call, feed, nourishment for the Leela to take place, having someone like that. Jyotila. Jyotila means knotted up, you know, her like knots, like we say, jati locks, dreadlocks. So Jatila means like a knotted mind, you know, always. And Kotila, the daughter, her daughter, Kotila means always looking for defect in Radha. And my Gurudev describes like an ant. An ant is always looking for a crack to get into. You see, ants, they always looking, where's the crack? Where's the crack, right? So Kotila was like that, looking for the crack in Radharani's character. So Radharani is living with these two people. And this is so much Udipan, this is so much inspiration for the Leelas to go on. They go from hell to heaven, more or less, you know, from a hellish situation to such a sublime situation. But all this is the different sides of pure love. Durga, let's see. The material Maya is only a transformation of that Yoga Maya. Durga, situated in the material world, is an attendant maidservant of that Durga of the Swarup Shakti in the spiritual world. The Durga of the Swarup Shakti is Leela Posana Shakti, the potency that nourishes Krishna's pastimes, like I've just described. The gopis who have taken complete shelter of the Parakiya Bhav, Paramo mood, bestowed by Yog Maya, yes, she bestows that mood, nourish Krishna's Rasavilas in the spiritual world. The purport of the statement Yoga Mayam Upashritaha, Bhagavatam 10:29-1, about the Rasalila is that there are many such activities in Krishna's transcendental pastimes that appear like ignorance due to the Swarup Shakti, but factually they are not. So Yogamaya is covering sometimes. Krishna, we should always understand, is Mugdata, that means he's in complete ignorance, and he's Sarvagya, he knows everything, simultaneously. So many times the Brijbasis are covered over to nourish the Leela. Many examples. But factually they are not. In order to nourish Maharas, Yogamaya stages activities that appear to be performed in ignorance. We will analyze this subject in detail later on when we focus on rasa. You know, it's described there are 300 billion gopis dancing in the Ras Leela pastime. Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur describes like that. So we can't even bring our minds to compute that. I mean, there's 8 billion people on the planet now, right? So what do you think of 300 billion? And they've got 300 billion brothers, they got 600 billion mother and fathers. So where are we going with these colossal numbers? This is a spiritual consideration. Rajanath, there is one thing that I wish to know concerning Dham Tattva. Kindly tell me, why do the Vaishnavas refer to Navadvip as Sri Dham? But I think this is a good place probably to stop. We're on time now. But I want to make sure, because tomorrow we have to conclude this chapter. So I think we'll be able to conclude it tomorrow, I hope. Or I can just read this answer to this question. There's one question. So the question is, tell me, why do the Vaishnavas refer to Navadvip as Sri Dham? That means the most beautiful Dham, because Rajanath is a resident of Navadvip, and he doesn't even really know the glories of Navadvip yet. Like most residents of Navadvip, they don't really know the glories of Navadvip. It's only the Vaishnavas who appreciate the glories of Navadvip. Babaji, Sri Navadvip Dham and Sri Vrindavan Dham are non-different from each other, and Mayapur is the highest truth within Navadvip Dham. The relationship of Sri Mayapur to Navadvip is the same as the relationship of Sri Gokul to Braj, the birthplace. Mayapur is the Mahayogpit, the great place of meeting of Navadvip. According to the shloka, Chana Kalo in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.38, the plenary avatar of Bhagavan who appears in Kali Yuga, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, is covered, and similarly, his holy abodes are also covered. This is a covered dham. In Kali Yuga, no other holy place is equal to Sri Navadvip. Only one who can realize the transcendental nature of this dham is actually qualified for Brajaras. We come from here, we dive in the Ganga Devi, and we come up in the Jamuna. You get the mercy of Mahaprabhu here, and then we become qualified to enter Vrindavan Leela. And we become qualified to stay here by the mercy of Nityananda. Heno Nitai Bine Bai, Radha Krishna Paitanya. Nityananda will bring us to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who will bring us to Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. That's the sequence. From an external material point of view, both Brajadam and Navadvip Dham appear to be mundane. Only those whose spiritual eyes have by some good fortune been opened can see the Dham as it is. And Brajnath, next question. I want to know the Swarup of this Navadvip Dham. We'll discuss tomorrow. So this is, again, the Sakti-tattva. What is the Swarup of the Dham? Now we're going into a description of the Dham, of Mahaprabhu, etc., which is very timely for us. So we'll be able to complete this tomorrow, because tomorrow is our last day before we close for the Navadvip Parikrama, and I'll be closing after that. So Sri Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gold Premanande. So we're on page 326, and I'm just going to read the last part here. So Brajanath has asked a question about Sri Navadvip Dham, and Babaji is answering. Sri Navadvip Dham and Sri Vrindavan Dham are non-different from each other, and Mayapur is the highest truth within Navadvip Dham. The relationship of Sri Mayapur to Sri Navadvip is the same as the relationship to Sri Gokul to Braj is the same as the relationship of Sri Gokul to Braj. Mayapur is the Mahayogpit, the great place of meeting of Navadvip. According to the shloka, Chana Kalo of Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.38, the plenary avatar of Bhagavan who appears in Kali Yuga, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, is covered, and similarly his holy abodes are also covered in Kali Yuga. No other holy place is equal to Sri Navadvip. Only one can realize the transcendental nature of this Dham. Only one who can realize the transcendental nature of this Dham is actually qualified for Braj Ras. So we described this somewhat yesterday, that we immerse ourselves in the Ganga and we come up in the Jamuna. But if we think about Mahaprabhu's Astakalya Lila, he wakes in the morning in Srivasangam and he's meditating on Nishanta Lila. This is what Mahaprabhu's Astakalya Lila is. He's meditating on those pastimes in Vrindavan Dham. From an external material point of view, both Brajadam and Navadvip Dham appear to be mundane. Yes, it just seems like sometimes people go to the holy Dham, and especially in Vrindavan, they see so many pigs and so many, nefarious types of activities going on. But if one gets clouded by that vision and doesn't see a deeper sense that is there, this is the covering. It's described actually that Vrindavan is being covered at this point in time. It's being covered by the gross materialists. I mean, there's so many banks in Vrindavan, there's so many high-rise buildings, there's so many pizza parlors and all kinds of things like that, because so many tourists go there every weekend, which is good for them to get purified to some degree. But the materialists have tried to capitalize on all of that, and they've turned it into like a Disneyland. So that's the covering in the Dham. That's what will cover the Dham, those gross material facilities, etc. So, and it's described that Vrindavan is being covered now, but Navadvip is being opened out. Navadvip is being uncovered. If you go to Radhakund, for example, it's just two huge lakes, and the local people, they don't even know the name of the village is actually Radhakund. They call it Barakobla. They don't call it Radhakund. If you ask them, is this Radhakund? They'll just look at you, blankly. So the devotees now, today, we have a service to do, as Bhaktivinoda Thakur is inspiring us to uncover all various places. If we read Navadvip Dham Mahatmya, there are so many places there described, and those places need to be uncovered and put back on the map so all the Prikrama parties can go there, etc. So it's very wonderful to have that service opportunity in this life. Only those whose spiritual eyes have some good fortune, only those whose spiritual eyes have by some good fortune been opened can see the Dham as it is. So we pray for the mercy of the Dham. In this Dham, there's one quality of Audarya, which is complete magnanimity, that Mahaprabhu is so merciful that it's very, the mercy can be attained very easily here. And with that mercy, our devotion can flourish. So this is the great quality of Navadvip, which is not so prominently there in Vrindavan. Brajanath, I want to know the Swarup of this Navadvip Dham. Babaji, Golok, Vrindavan, and Svetadvip are the inner compartments of Paravyoma, the spiritual sky. Sri Krishna's Swakiya Lila takes place in Golok. So remember this. In Golok is Swakiya Ras. If you read Gopal Champu, Radha and Krishna are sitting together as a married couple, while the narrators are actually narrating the history of Vrindavan in front of them all. So this is, Jiva Goswami has written like this because a certain group of his disciples could not accept the Parakiya Ras, so he made an exception for them. So at the end of Gopal Champu, it's described like that. But this in Golok, not in Gokul. We should know the difference, the distinction. His Parakiya Lila takes place in Vrindavan, and his Parishishta supplementary Lila takes place in Svetadvip. In Tattva, there is no difference between these three dhams. In Tattva, Navadvip is really Svetadvip, so it is non-different from Vrindavan. Very clear there. The residents of Navadvip are very fortunate, for they are associates of Sri Gaurangadev. One can only attain residence of Navadvip after performing many pious activities. Some rasa is not manifest in Vrindavan, but that very ras is manifest in Navadvip as the supplement of Vrindavan ras. So I just already mentioned one of the rasas that is not there in Vrindavan is that audarya, that magnanimity, because it's described, we said the other day, even if you're taking sleep here, it's considered to be offering dandavat pranams in Navadvip Dham, in Goradam. Goradam, it's very so much easier to actually access that Supreme Lord, even though when you're in Vrindavan, all the holy places have all been uncovered. And anywhere you go, you find them all uncovered. For many, many years, they've been uncovered by the Goswamis. So it seems more accessible, but actually Goradam is more accessible to the jivas to connect with that supreme transcendental place. Brajanath, how large is Navadvip Dham? Babaji, the area of Sri Navadvip Dham is 16 krosha and is shaped like that of a lotus flower with 8 petals, which are the 8 islands: Simantadvip, Godrundvip, Madhyadvip, Koladvip, Ritudvip, Janudvip, Modundvip, and Rudradvip. Antardvip, which is situated in the center of these islands, is like the whorl of a lotus flower, and Sri Mayapur is situated at the very heart of this Antardvip. One can quickly attain love of Krishna by performing sadhan bhajan in Navadvip Dham, especially in Mayapur. Because in Vrindavan, it's described that you can very quickly progress, but at the same time, if there's any offenses committed, they can be horrendous, the impact that they can have in Vrindavan. You must be very cautious in Vrindavan to live correctly and not to commit any aparats or anything like that. Whereas in it's described that actually in Vrindavan, you come to Krishna with your empty pot begging for mercy. This is the analogy that's given by the acharyas. But in Goradam, he brings you a pot and gives you the mercy. You don't even have to beg for it practically. It will come by itself. This is the speciality of Goradam. Most incredible place. One can quickly attain love of Krishna by performing sadhan bhajan in Navadvip Dham, and especially in Mayapur. The Mahayogpit, the residence or mandir of Sri Jagannath Mishra, is situated in the center of Mayapur, and this very Yogpit, in this very Yogpit, the most fortunate of all jivas always take darshan of Sri Gauranga Dev's Nitya Lila. It's very, very powerful, the Yogpit. Even physically, by putting your head on the ground in front of the beautiful deities there, you can feel, you can even sense in the earth, like almost like a magnetic pull. There's like a tangible energy that you can experience in the Yogpit itself, because the Supreme Lord took his birth there. Of course, there's a tremendous, but it's not just the same Supreme Lord was in Vrindavan. It's actually Sachinandana Gaura Hari, who has manifested as Radha and Krishna combined. So there's a double potency there, whereas Krishna is singular, but Gauranga is Mahaprabhu and Radharani. Rajanath, are the pastimes of Sri Gauranga Dev a work of Swarup Shakti? So as we've been discussing the Sakti-tattva constantly, so this is why he's asking the question. Babaji, Sri Gaura's pastimes are arranged by the same Shakti who arranges Krishna's pastimes. There is no difference between Sri Krishna and Gauranga Dev. Sri Swarup Goswami says, now this is the 5th verse of the Chaitanya Charitamrita Adilila chapter 1. So the 4th verse is this Anapita Chirim Chirat. No, 3rd verse, I'm not sure. Anyway, that's written by Rupa Goswami. And then the next 2 verses are written by Swarup Damodar. And those personalities is who Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj is glorifying at the very beginning of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So I think it's the 3rd verse is Anapita Chirim Chirat, then this Then there's the fourth verse. No, the fourth verse is Anapita Chirim Chirat. And then the fifth verse is this verse, and the sixth verse is also written by Swarup Damodar. Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritya Hladini Shakti Asmat Ekatmanav Api Bhuvi Puri Deha Bedam Gatoto. This Ekatmana, one. Chaitanyaikam Prakatam Aduna Tadvayam Chaikam Aptam Radha Bhav Dudi Subalitam Nomi Krishna Swarupam. So this is the fifth verse of Adi Lila, chapter 1. Radha and Krishna are intrinsically one. However, they are manifest eternally in two forms, through the influence of Hladini Shakti in the form of their Pranaya Vikar. Their Pranaya Vikar means they're the loving pastimes. Because of the eternality of their pastimes, Vilas Tattva. Now these two tattvas are manifested in one Swarup, in the form of Chaitanya Tattva. Therefore I bow down to this Swarup of Krishna that is endowed with the loving sentiments and luster of Srimati Radhika. Mahaprabhu is so attractive because the Kanti of Sri Radhika is what everyone is seeing. They're seeing Radhika's beauty in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu traveled in South India, just with his arms in the air, calling out Krishna, 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 he was in a mood of Radhika, and Radhika's complexion was what was attracting so many people to Krishna. So this is quite remarkable. Radhika's beauty excels that of even Krishna. And Mahaprabhu is Krishna within, but externally he's carrying that Kanti and Bhav of Sri Radhika. Krishna and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are both eternally manifest. It cannot be determined which of them came earlier and who came later. First Chaitanya was there, and then Radha and Krishna manifested, and now they have merged together again and appeared in the form of Chaitanya Dev. The understanding of this statement is not that one of them existed earlier and the other appeared later. Both manifestations are eternal. They are present for all time and will exist for all time. All the pastimes of the Supreme Truth are eternal. Those who think that one of these pastimes is principal and the other is secondary are ignorant of the truth and devoid of rasa. So both are the same personality. Yet for this age of Kali, this is the age in which Mahaprabhu is demonstrating his extreme magnanimity in the form of his Audarya Shakti, and the speciality of Gauradam is being described to some degree. Brajanath, if Sri Gaurangadev is directly the complete plenary truth, what then is the process for his worship? Babaji, worshipping Gaura by chanting Gaura Nam Mantra awards the same benefit as worshipping Krishna by chanting his holy names in Krishna Nam Mantra. Worshipping Gaura through Krishna Mantra is the same as worshipping Krishna by the Gaura Mantra. Those who believe that there is a difference between Gaura and Krishna are extremely foolish. They are simply servants of Kali. He's saying it very, 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 very strongly. Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritya Hladini Shakti Asmad Ekatmana. It's saying very clearly in that verse we just read. They are one. Radha and Krishna are one. They've combined as one. This is the principal tattva. So it's not that one is superior to the other. It cannot be. It's the same. Mahaprabhu is Krishna. Mahaprabhu is Krishna and Radha. It's the most sublime tattva to appreciate. We can spend our whole lives serving this tattva to try and appreciate it more and understand it more clearly, to worship it more clearly. Brajanath, where can one find the mantra of the hidden avatar Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Babaji, the tantras which contain the mantras of the manifest avatars also contain the mantra of the hidden avatar in a secret way. Those whose intelligence is not crooked can understand it. If someone is sincere, when it says intelligence is crooked, it means they have some sort of other motivation. But if your mood is sincere and clear and you just want service to that Lord, then you will understand these truths very easily. Those whose intelligence is not crooked can understand it. So the mantra that Mahaprabhu has taught us to chant for deliverance is the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So this can be called the Gora Mantra, simultaneously the Hare Krishna Mantra. So there are some schools, they chant Nityananda Gauranga like this. But that is not what Mahaprabhu has instructed us. Cheto Dapana Marjanam Bhava Mahatavagni Nivarpanam. That whole Shikshastakam is directing us to chant this Hare Krishna mantra. And all of our acharyas have confirmed this. Jiva Goswami wasn't saying you chant Nityananda Gauranga. Bhaktivinoda Thakur wasn't saying this. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur wasn't. They were all saying the Hare Krishna mantra. The Hare Krishna mantra is what Mahaprabhu taught. So there should be no doubt about what is the mantra to chant, to worship Gauranga Dev. Babaji, Sri Gauranga's yugal is formed in one way in archan process. The archan process is the external worship. You're having your incense and your ghee wicks, etc., and you're worshipping externally. And another way in the bhajan process. The bhajan is an internal, is the subtle meditation on the object of worship. So the archan is the external gross, and the bhajan is the internal, subtle method of worship. Bhajan. Seva sadak rupena, siddha rupena chatrahi. It's described by Rupa Goswami that there's the external service and there's the internal service. One is archan, one is bhajan. Sri Gaura Vishnu Priya are worshipped in the process of archan. And in the process of bhajan, one performs seva of Sri Gaur Gadadhar. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur himself, he's given us this example. If you go to Swananda Sukara Kunj, the deities in Swananda Sukara Kunj were manifested by Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. The original deities are at that place of Lalit Prasad. What's it called? Birnaga. In Birnaga, you have the original deities of Gaur Gadadhar, that Bhaktivinoda Thakur worship. But he established the worship of Gaur Gadadhar. That was an internal worship there. I can't read that. Where are we? However, the Bhaktas, Brajanath, which Shakti of Sri Gauranga is Sri Vishnu Priya? Babaji, the Bhaktas generally refer to her as Bur Shakti. However, in reality, she is Sangvit Shakti, the Sangvit potency, combined with the essence of Hladini. In other words, she is the personified form of Bhakti. This is Vishnu Priya Devi. Very beautiful. Who has descended to assist Gaura Avatar in the work of spreading Sri Nam. Mahaprabhu is spreading Sri Nam across the planet to bring people to the place of Shuddha Bhakti, pure Bhakti. But his intention is ultimately to give Rag Marg. This is what Mahaprabhu has 4 reasons for his advent. The first reason was for himself to taste the prem that Radhika experiences by receiving the sweetness of Krishna's love. That's the first reason that Mahaprabhu advents. We should understand that clearly. Why did Mahaprabhu advent? He didn't just advent just to give the holy name. He advented for his own agenda of tasting that special prem that only Sri Radhika could understand, could experience. That Madanakya Mahabhav. That's why Mahaprabhu advented. And then secondly, he came to give service to that mood that he was tasting, that Unnata Ujjvala Prem, in the form of Manjari Bhav, Rag Mag Bhakti Loke Karite Prachan. This is the gift that Mahaprabhu has come to give. And then the third reason for his advent was to answer the call of Advaita Acharya. And the fourth reason for his advent, the fourth reason, was to give Sri Nam. But that Sri Nam, we should understand, will bring us to an understanding of what is this Rag Marg that Mahaprabhu wants to give. He wants to give this Raganuga Bhakti to the Jivas urgently, but it's a very delicate, subtle, sensitive commodity, we can say, gift, and it needs diligent practice and focus to actually move in that direction. In Kali Yuga, everyone is so distracted. So this Raganuga Bhakti will demand our full focus on Krishna Lila, on Vrindavan Lila. Living in Goradam, we can focus on Vrindavan Lila. Yes. However, in reality, she is the Sangvit potency combined with the essence of Hladini. That means the knowledge potency with the bliss of that knowledge. In other words, she is the personified form of Bhakti, who has descended to assist Gaura Avatar in the work of spreading Sri Nam, just as Navadvip Dham is the personified form, Swarup, of the ninefold processes of devotional service, Navada Bhakti, so Sri Vishnu Priya is also the Swarup of Navada Bhakti. These are very profound truths. I'm going a little bit quicker than I wanted to go, but I just want to complete this chapter today. But there are many truths here that we could actually unpack quite significantly. Brajanath, so can Vishnu Priya Devi be called Swarup Shakti? He's already said that, where were we? In the previous page, are the pastimes of Gauranga Dev a work of Swarup Shakti? We've just heard that. And now it's referencing again, because Swarup Shakti consists of everything. All of these energies, all these, they're all manifesting from a mood of Sri Radhika. Swarup Shakti, when we think of Swarup Shakti, we think this is the potency of Sri Radhika. We should know that conclusively. It's separate from the tattva of Krishna as Shaktiman. There's a distinction. And what is the relationship between the two is our life's goal to appreciate. It's very important, so important, tattva, to understand this. So can Vishnu Priya Devi be called Swarup Shakti? Babaji, how can there be any doubt about this? In the combination of Sangvit Shakti and the essence of Hladini Shakti, anything... Oh, what's that? How can there be any doubt about this? Is the combination of Sangvit Shakti and the essence of Hladini Shakti anything but Swarup Shakti? But now we've been through the whole chapter and it's not confusing for us because we've understood Sakti-tattva in so many different aspects. The Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, Maya Shakti, etc. We've understood so much of this. So now, I said at the very beginning of this chapter, towards the end, so many things will click in all these expressions about Shakti. They'll come together to be quite simplified in the, we can just say, the mechanics of it, so to speak, or the description of it for us to understand, not to fully have realization of or anything like that, but just to at least get the picture. Understand what I'm saying? Brajana, Prabhuji, I will soon learn to worship Sri Gaura. That's a beautiful sentence. He's in a mood of dedicated service now, Brajanath. When he first came to Raghunath Das, he wasn't in that mood. Now he wants to worship Sri Gaura. I have just remembered something else that I would like you to please explain to me clearly. You have explained that Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti are three manifestations of Swarup Shakti. So again, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he's recapping for us, like I just said very briefly, but now Brajanath himself, he's recapping for us. He's saying these three manifestations of Swarup Shakti. Sorry, explain that Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti are three manifestations of Swarup Shakti. That Hladini, Sangvit, and Hladini, Sangvit, and Sandini are three functions vrittis of Swarup Shakti. You understand? So we have these three principal potencies, Jiva Shakti, Maya Shakti, and Chit Shakti. And then we have the functions of Sangvit, Hlandini, and Sandini, overlaying those and opening them out. From that diagram, that map, it should become clear of Swarup Shakti. And that these three functions, namely Hladini, Sangvit, and Sandini, act on the three manifestations. So it's even more clear. So Brajnath is confirming everything that he's heard in a synopsis here. Chit Shakti, Jiva Shakti, and Maya Shakti. All of this is simply the work of Shakti. Apart from this, the spiritual world, the spiritual body, and the spiritual pastimes are also indications of Shakti alone. Okay? I'll read it again. Apart from this, the spiritual world, the spiritual body, and the spiritual pastimes are also indications of Shakti alone. Then what is the indication of Shaktiman Krishna? This is a beautiful, conclusive question. And this ties up everything completely. And we should commit the answer to our mind. Babaji, this is a very difficult problem. Do you want to kill this old man with the sharp arrows of your arguments? My dear son, the answer is as simple as the question, but it is difficult to find a person who is qualified to understand it. Anyway, I shall explain it, so please try to understand. I agree that Krishna's name, form, qualities, and pastimes all indicate the function of Shakti. All his pastimes are supported by the Sandini Shakti, and then the Sangvit Shakti, and the Hladini Shakti, the pleasure potency, all his pastimes. So they're all being manifested by the Sakti-tattva. However, freedom, swatantrata, and free will, swa-ichamayita, are not the work of Shakti. Now understand this difference. What is the difference between freedom and free will? It's like if you're in a jail, you've got no freedom. And then you're let out of jail and you suddenly have freedom, as well as you have the free will to act within that freedom. You understand? There's a distinction.
One's an external constraint, and the other is the internal desire.
I also have free will when I'm inside the prison.
But you can't manifest it because of the external constraint.
Whatever I do, it's my decision, isn't it?
Well, it's not supposed to be. And when you're in a prison, you're controlled by the prison guards, etc. Get up this time, go do this time, and that time, like that. There's a constraint of brick walls. You can't just walk in a park in the forest. You can't just go to the ocean. So your freedom externally is restricted. But once you get out of that prison, your freedom is not restricted, and neither is your will to act within that free space. So there's two considerations, freedom and free will. Try to be clear on this. Try to think about this conception. One is called svatantrata, that means freedom. Sva means own. Tantrata, freedom. And free will, swa icha. Icha means desire. Icha mayata means desire. That I have freedom as well as I have desire. Basically, it constitutes complete independence. And that's what Krishna has, and his independence has been broken into two descriptions of swatantrata and ichamayata. Right? These two divisions of independence. It's very, very beautiful to appreciate this. Are not the work of Shakti. Shakti is not giving Krishna, not giving Shaktiman that independence. He already has it. He's the origin of that. Just like the sun globe is the origin of that produces the heat. The heat can't produce, can't impose its will on the object of independence. Krishna is always independent, and the Shakti is always dependent on his independence and desire. The Shakti is only going to do to fulfill the desire of the Shaktiman. This will be explained. They are both intrinsic activities of the Supreme Person, and Krishna, that Supreme Person who has free will and is the abode of Shakti, Shakti is the enjoyed, and Krishna is the enjoyer. Shakti is dependent, but Krishna is independent. This is the point, to appreciate deeply. Krishna is independent. Shakti surrounds that independent Supreme Person on all sides, but he is always conscious of Shakti. Just like the sun planet is always surrounded by heat. So the sun planet, we can say, is always conscious of the heat. Understand? But the sun planet always retains its ultimate independence. But the heat doesn't at any time have its independence. The heat only wants to please and is a Shakti of the independent Lord. Understand? You getting it clearly? You need to think about it for many months, actually, to really, actually every day, the rest of our lives, we should be considering this. This last question is so beautifully answered. Shakti surrounds that independent Supreme Person on all sides, but he is always conscious of Shakti. The independent Purush is the master of Shakti, even though he is covered by Shakti. The sun is covered by the heat, but still the sun is the master of the heat. He's the independent producer of the heat. Understand? Human beings can only realize that Supreme Person, Parama Purush, by taking shelter of that Shakti. It's only through the Shaktis, the Jiva Shakti, Maya Shakti, Chit Shakti, Hladini, Sangvit, Sandini, only through these Shaktis can we reach any comprehension of that Supreme Person. It's all coming down mercy of Sri Radhika. That is why the conditioned Jiva cannot realize the identity of Shaktiman independently from realizing the identity of Shakti. So incredible. You're getting it? We can't realize the supreme reality without the support of Shakti. They are able to perceive him who is... however, when the Bhaktas develop love for Shaktiman, they are able to perceive him who is beyond Shakti. Bhakti is a form of Shakti. And that is why she has a female form, a service mood, not the Purush. Krishna is the Purush. There's only one Purush, and that's Krishna. Everyone else has a female mood of service. Being under the guidance of Krishna's internal potency, Swarup Shakti, she experiences the pastimes of the Purush. Those pastimes indicate that Krishna is possessed of both free will and the intrinsic quality of being the predominating enjoyer. Okay? Brajanath, if we accept a tattva beyond Shakti that is devoid of characteristics by which it can be identified, that tattva would be the same as the Brahm described in the Upanishads. Got this question? If we're accepting a tattva from Krishna, the impersonal Brahmajyoti, this is what Brajanath is questioning. That Brahm, that Brahmajyoti, that effulgence of Krishna. Now, Babaji is going to answer this question. There's my clock. Lost it. My clock.
5:56.
Okay, I can't see it. Oh, I left it there by the books. You can pass me the little clock. Thank you. That's the one I was looking for. I can see this one here. Okay. The Brahm of the Upanishads is devoid of desires. That's the impersonal Brahm that the Upanishads describe. The Brahmajyoti, it has no desires. But Krishna, the Parama Purush, who is described in the Upanishads, is actually composed of free will, swa-icha-maya. There is a big difference between the two. Brahm is nirvishesh, without any attributes, right? The Brahmajyoti has no attributes. Conversely, even though Krishna is distinct from Shakti, he is savishesh. Savishesh means with form. Savishesh, not nirvishesh. Possessed of form and attributes, because he has the qualities of a purusattva, manhood, bhaktritva, being the enjoyer, adhikara, authority, and svatantrata, independence. These are all qualities. So it can't be formless, that Brahm. The aspect that is Krishna, not the impersonal aspect. The Shakti that indicates Krishna's presence, I missed a bit,
In reality.
and his Shakti are non-different. The Shakti that indicates Krishna's presence is also Krishna, because Krishna Kamini Shakti, in the form of Sri Radha, manifests her identity in a female form. Krishna is the one who is served, and Supreme Shakti, Srimatiji, is his Seva Dasi. Their individual abhiman, self-conceptions, are the only tattva that differentiates them. Wow, that's incredible. Their individual self-conceptions. One is always serving and one is receiving the service. That is their individual abhimans. Shri Radhika is always trying to please Krishna, and Krishna is recipient to that. But in Rasa Tattva, we see that Krishna is trying to please Radhika. So in Rasa Tattva, it takes a different mood. And this is also ultimately to please Krishna. That Rasa Tattva, when Radhika goes into Man, we've described before, this makes Krishna become like that service mood towards Radhika. So they interchange like that. So it's very, very special to appreciate. Brajanath, if Krishna's desire and capacity to enjoy indicate the form of Purush, what is Sri Radhika's desire? Babaji, Srimati Radhika's desire is subordinate to Krishna's. None of her desires or efforts are independent of his desire. Krishna has desires, and Srimati Radhika desires to serve Krishna according to his desires. So the jiva is in the same situation ultimately also. Our desires should be submissive to Sri Radhika completely and utterly. How to please her? She is pleasing Krishna the most. How can I please her with every part of my energy? Krishna has desires, and Srimati Radhika's desires is to serve Krishna according to his desires. Srimati Radhika is the complete and original Shakti, and Krishna is Purush. That is, he controls and inspires Shakti. So that last sentence, he controls and inspires Shakti, is actually the complete conclusion of everything that we're reading. He controls and he inspires Shakti. It's the inspiration of Shakti that is going to please Krishna. And she is going to have her inspiration from Krishna to please him. She's going to know what it is that she must do to satisfy Krishna. And she knows, for example, that Krishna wants to always focus on her. It's like in the Ras Leela. Krishna is with billions of other gopis, but Radhika knows that his highest satisfaction is going to come when he is with her directly. So if he's minimizing her predominance, it means that Krishna is not getting the highest satisfaction. Therefore, Radhika leaves the Ras Leela so that Krishna can come and pacify Radhika, because that's what Krishna wants. It's like without Radhika's connection directly, Krishna's never going to be happy. Why does Radhika become unhappy when Krishna is with Chandravali? It's because she knows that Krishna can never be satisfied with Chandravali, and Krishna is not going to be satisfied. She knows that Krishna can only be fully satisfied when he's with her. She knows that intuitively, instinctively. She knows that because she is the embodiment of that Swarup Shakti. She's the complete. So she knows that fully. Understand? So therefore she's unhappy because she knows that Krishna's unhappy. She's not unhappy like the materialist mind might think because she's jealous or anger. We write it like that sometimes, jealous anger, but it's not jealous anger. It's something much, much deeper than that. Something much more beautiful than that. So sacred and special. And this meeting and separation has to be there to nourish that mood. There has to be the separation to nourish the meeting. Otherwise, there's no utkantika, there's no enthusiasm in the meeting. The meeting is going to be down unless the separation is there. It's like if you eat sweet rice all the time, it's not going to work. You need to be separated for a few days or week, whatever, and then you'll really appreciate it. So it's exactly the same dynamic ultimately like that. There has to be 12 hours of the day are separation and 12 hours of the day are in meeting. That's how the pastimes are arranged. If we count up the hours of Nishanta Lila, Madhyana Lila and Ratri Lila, they amount to exactly 12 hours. And we count up the hours of Prata Lila, Purvana Lila, Apurvana Lila, Syayan Lila, and Posana Lila, the last Lila, then those also add up to exactly 12 hours. So it's actually 50-50. The Hare Krishna mantra, Hare Krishna, meeting. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, separation. Hare Rama, meeting. Rama Rama, separation. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, separation. So everywhere is meeting and separation, meeting and separation. That's what's nourishing the meeting. But this last sentence, he controls and inspires Shakti. Really and truly, that last sentence can be related to the entire 14th chapter that we've just read. The Shaktiman is inspiring the Shakti with that service. After this discussion, Babaji Maharaj observed that it was quite late at night and asked Brajanath to return to his home. Brajanath offered Dandavat pranams to Babaji Maharaj's feet and walked towards Bilva Pushkarini in a blissful mood. Day by day, Brajanath's moods were changing. This very much alarmed his family members, and his paternal grandmother decided to get him married as soon as possible. Really come down with a bump here after we've been on that extraordinary rocket of Sakti-tattva. She started looking for a suitable match for Brajanath. But Brajanath always stayed aloof from these matters and did not heed the conversations regarding marriage. Rather, he remained constantly absorbed in contemplating the various tattvas that he heard from Babaji Maharaj. He was naturally drawn to Babaji Maharaj in Srivas Angam, and he wanted to realize these tattvas. He wanted to realize these tattvas he had heard. He was greedy to hear ever new nectarian teachings. So it's a process, but we have to come back into the material world each time of our various material wanderings. But this chapter in particular is just absolutely packed and needs to be regularly studied. It would be more profitable at some point to read with other senior devotees and discuss as you go along. But in this format, we don't have that facility. But that would be more beneficial. But we would go a lot slower, of course. But at least we're becoming familiar with the chapter. We're becoming familiar with the various parts that we understand, the various parts that we don't understand. Where do we need to actually go back in? But the last part, in particular, the last page we read, really sums up everything, that Krishna has freedom and free will. So at least remember where all these topics are in the Jaiva Dharma. When you want to contemplate this, know where to go back to actually find these points of reference. It'll be very, very helpful. Okay, so Jaiva Dharma ki jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Gaur Premanandi.